starts this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names that mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink, and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority thing.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it. You know,
And Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Won't you guess my name?
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes till somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, stuff.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell
you know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done on other radio shows around the country?
No.
on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Atlanta, what's going on? We get the Boston Celtics. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man, what a win last night. As I said on social media, this is why they play the games. I told you guys that I did not trust, nor did I have the faith that this team was going to be able to show up in a big spot. And I have a right to feel that way because I'm vested. I'm all in. I go to the games. I support the team. I talk to the players. I talk to the people in the front office. It's okay to have an opinion about your team. But when your team shows out as they did last night, and they show up the way they showed up last night, you have to put your hands together and say, hell of a win. That's what we've been waiting for all season.
Yes.
Now, Mike, the bigger question is, and I think a lot of Hawks fans have asked this question today, why haven't we gotten more of this throughout the season?
Well, that was pure hustle. That was working the boards, man. That was everything we've talked about. That was great defensive presence. By the way, Jimmy, by the way, we got to talk about this. Shaq was clearly in the Hawks' corner from the jump, and Charles was having none of it. Charles did sound, I got to be honest, Chuck, I know he listens, like a petulant child after the Hawks dispatched the Heat.
$1 billion.
But last night, I mean, that's hustle.
He's got it, by the way.
That's hustle. He does. But
He's got it.
Working the glass. I mean, think, when's the last time you saw a Hawk game where they would get 2 rebounds in a row, kick it, transition baskets, all the stuff we always thought we were going to see at some point this year or since 21. It all happened last night. Butler had a bad night. He admitted it. And, I got to be, Kyle Lowry was on fire, but our bench was still better than theirs in total. Just an unbelievable effort. And you and I give us some credit. We said Jalen Johnson. I said maybe he can be the X factor. Jalen Johnson had some big moments in that game last night.
Energy dude, man. They're not running plays for Jalen Johnson. He's just making stuff happen. This was a team effort because, Mike, the bench was incredible. Sadiq Bey, Bogey, Onyeka. All of these guys off the bench, including JJ, that's Jalen Johnson, 53 points off the bench, okay? That has not happened this year. That's not the norm for our team. So when you get bench production, when you rebound the way that our team rebounded last night, specifically on the offensive glass, and then your star, Trey, shows up, you get dubs. This is an easy formula, Mike. You said it. Now, how are we going to beat the Celtics? We got plenty of time to talk about that. Game 1 is Saturday. We know we're now in a 7-game series. We have clinched the 7th seed. But I'm going to tell you, I think the Celtics feel relieved because they were worried about the Heat.
And remember, guys, you got to go all the way back to like Zaza Pachulia days when the Celtics, anything is possible for Kevin Garnett. The Hawks, overwhelming underdogs with Al Horford and a whole lot of nothing. Took those guys, Carl, to 7 games.
Yep.
So I know that we've seen, I know that's 15 years ago now, but it was one where nobody gave us a shot, and we certainly took a really good Celtics team to the wire. Look, when this team plays like they did last night, then, yes, anything is possible. Defensive commitment, rebounding commitment, good decisions by Trey. Only 5 turnovers last night from Trey. Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of he was trying to create. He threw some balls into traffic, but that's the only thing I think you could complain about last night from Trey.
Yeah, and here's the deal. We've said this. I think there's this misconception about maybe – I'm just going to say me. I don't know about everybody else's opinion. I've not complained about Trey's point production or his assists. What I have complained about as our team went through this turmoil and this time of uncertainty as we were just kind of, blowing in the wind and who's going to be the coach and are these guys coachable and all this stuff was going on, I needed him to be a more mature star. Right. Now, I've said this. I give Trey the benefit of the doubt. He's 24 years old. I said this many times. He's 24. At 28, he's going to be a different dude, and he'll be more mature, and his kid will be a little bit older, and all the things that happen in your life will happen in his. But the fact of the matter is, when you are the highest paid guy on the team, a star in this league, and one of the elite players in the NBA, you have to start talking when things are not going right. That's only been my concern. The only thing I've been concerned about. I've not been concerned about Mike is 28-10.
Right.
He's a dude. He's going to show up. He's going to score.
Look, we were ticked off the dude didn't make the All-Star team. I mean, again, I don't know what's going on. And look, maybe we're watching this transformation that's happening right now in the last few weeks. You know, as far as the things, I've heard him say some things I haven't heard him say before. I think there's more maturity. I think there's situational awareness. And and we said it's a small part of an article, and if you want to discount it, fine. But everybody in the country picked up on it, and now everyone's losing their minds. But I think sometimes when you hear that, you know, what? They trade me.
Let me show you.
I don't know if that creates a little sense of urgency. If so,
I do,
great.
Mike. I do. Listen.
I know it affected me in my career.
Well,
anytime I heard that line.
I do. Here's the deal. Some people think they're untouchable. Nobody is. And even when you're a superstar in the NBA, the idea is, well, they won't do that. I just think this was a message more than anything. But if you're serious about winning, you always look at all possibilities. You just don't say, well, we'll keep whoever is that we need to keep. You don't do that. You look at everything. Last night was a great win. I hope we're not talking about trading anybody moving forward. Let's get through this Celtics series. Mike, if we are able to win this series, by the way, Celtics 3-0 versus us this year. We've not beaten them, okay? They shoot the ball against us better than anybody else beyond the arc, 47%. We're going to have to guard the three, and they're one of the better three-point shooting teams. But, Mike, if we're able to get through this series, we might be shocking the world. We might be talking about something special if we are able to go on this kind of run. But it's going to take the effort we saw last night.
It's so funny because it was a turmoil kind of year with Nate getting fired, and then, you know, you bring in Quinn Snyder. If you go back to 2000, just for guys who follow the history of the Hawks, which I do, because like many fans, I'm a like Rob Tribble just talked about last hour, a lifelong, long-suffering Hawks fan. The year back in 07-08, Danny Ferry was still the boss. He wanted to blow things up.
Yes, he did.
He wanted to move everybody. He wanted to get rid of Al Horford. We talked about that. But that team with Joe Johnson and Josh Smith, you know, and Mike Bibby at point. How about that? And that team gave the Celtics everything they could handle. So, look, if the Celtics feel like, to Carl's point, dodged a bullet because the Heat gave them everything they could handle, took them to 7 games last year in the Eastern Conference Finals, then they think we're a pushover, and maybe this is the new look Hawks. Hey, I'm just glad that they took this step. And I never want to come on the radio and say, no, don't embarrass yourself. Once you're in something, you strive to win something.
Oh, yeah.
Period.
Yeah. Look, there'll be everybody around the country, just like last night, who will say, we'll get swept in this series. Let me see.
Right.
Duke says, let me see. I want to see if these guys show up. Just like last night. We left the show, Mike. We cleared our throat. What did I say? Just show up. They did. And so now they get a couple of days rest. We will see how things shake out. But listen, Tatum and Brown coming home. He's a hometown kid, okay? Jaylen Brown, Wheeler High School, he wants to show out. He's going to be ready to play. But the idea that we can't beat the Celtics in a 7-game series, I'm not even going to say it. I'm not going to go there because I truly believe that anything can happen in these 7-game series.
Holding the Heat to 105, as we said, tough day at the office for the guy that was making the proclamation. When we play up to their level, Jimmy Butler making it sound like the Hawks were an afterthought. And Jimmy Buckets is a leader, but last night he just wasn't feeling anything around the basket, if we're honest. But this thing is, this team, you saw it. I mean, Quinn, I know it's cliche when Quinn says if everybody plays up to their potential.
Yep.
That's what you saw last night. And I got to be honest, with this team, this is, yes, 24-point lead. You're watching that thing erode. They go on that run before the half, and they go on another run. But the Hawks were able to take the shots, and then DeJounte hits a big three, right? You get in the big moments. Trey gets to the basket, gets to the free throw line. Trey hits a big three. Anytime they looked like they were getting momentum, the Hawks stopped it and kept him at arm's length to get it back to 10-point lead. That's clutch. That's the clutch we've been looking for all season.
Yeah, and I know, it was funny because I think I tweeted out last night, and follow Mike. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes, the radio show. Dukes and Bell 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. Stay up on everything that's going on, guys, across all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and follow us on Twitch at ATL 929 The Game. You can see what's going on in the studio, and we're on YouTube as well at 929 The Game. I said Trey showing up and showing out. And immediately, you know what I got? We gonna Hawk. They gonna blow it. I'm not ready to say anything yet. Why are you scared? Like, I get it. I understand. And, Mike, it was a 24-point lead at one point.
Yeah, we're students of history.
Yeah, and then they cut it to 6. And this year, I understand we've blown leads. But, like, in this moment, right, everybody wants to enjoy the day, and we should certainly commend our team and our coaches and everybody. It was a big damn win in franchise history. It just was. But this attitude, man, like, we're up 24, and I know they cut it, but Mike's right. They kept cutting the lead, and we kept answering.
Yeah, there was a sequence. I'll give you just a sequence with that 9 minutes in the third quarter. They cut it down to 7. Sadiq Bey with a big jump shot. They cut it down to 8. Boom. You get a DeJounte Murray, a jump shot. Again, DeJounte Murray, intermediate jump shot. When he gets the legs under, he short arms a lot of stuff sometimes. Front of the rim. Last night, he was much more accurate with that. The only thing you could complain about last night is the thing that we complain about almost every night with this team. And that was DeAndre Hunter.
Yep.
Capella,
I'm sorry?
DeAndre Hunter.
Who?
Yeah, first off, he gets in foul trouble. He can't finish. It's like you get open looks in the NBA, you got to make it count. You know, and that's the one. It's one thing a contested basket is one thing. You get open jump shots, hit it. So that's the guy. If he ever gets on track, because remember his big calling card was Game 5 last year against the Heat. Imagine what this team could do.
I'm over it. He can go.
I'm with you too. I got no problem with that. I don't see it. It's not there, and they wasted money on him.
Mike, I can get a lesser tier player to do what DeAndre Hunter is doing right now for this team. And I felt that way for a year and a half. And many of you said, why are you blaming DeAndre Hunter? I don't know. Maybe because he was the 4th overall pick in the NBA draft. And usually those guys ball out. Right. Trey was a top 5 pick. Luka was a top 5 pick. This guy was a top 5 pick. And I'm not getting anything close to what a top 5 pick should be giving me.
Nope. Period.
All right. Hawks win in spite of DeAndre Hunter's performance last night. 6 points, just not enough. But credit to everybody else that stepped up. Jalen Johnson is carving out a niche for himself.
I mean, you know what? I think next home, I guess it'll be next week we get the home game against the Celtics. First 2 up in Boston. I think I'm going to pop a Jalen Johnson jersey, brother. Yeah. I think I'm going for it.
Well,
that's that dude. I like the cut of his jersey.
He's a nice kid. I'll tell you that. He really is. He's a cool guy to be around. We're coming back. We got plenty more to talk about, including Braves. They find another way to win last night. More on this game, guys, because everybody's like, oh, the Hawks stunned the Heat. Well, if you ask ESPN analysts, they did. It's Dukes and Bell.
Yeah, they going
some Dukes and Bell.
Oh, okay. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Glad to have you listening on a day after our Hawks win 116-105. They grabbed the 7th seed. A lot of folks are talking about what they witnessed and saw last night, and the big question is, can we do it again? And then again, and then again. And can we do this for 4 games in a 7-game series where we're potentially talking about beating the Celtics? This is going to be an uphill battle. But as I said, I think the Celtics feel like they got out, and they're feeling lucky because they don't have to face the Heat. And I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm saying that may play to our benefit. But guys, I don't know if they view us the same way that they view the Heat. The Heat took them to the brink last year. So
I mean, the matchup styles, and we talk about they're the way they play defense, which is, let's be honest, stymied us. That's why people were waiting all week long. We had Hawks fans going, "Don't you think we could? Maybe there's a new recipe, some secret sauce that Quinn's going to apply after seeing what he remember that weekend, the Friday Monday set with the Hawks and the Heat, and perhaps there's something they gleaned from that." Well, look, they played with an intensity. They grabbed boards. Let's be honest, Capella was a machine, and they got points off of those boards. That's what's so cool. They just controlled second chances. When's the last time you saw the Hawks get that many second chance baskets, Carl? All season long you haven't seen it like that.
Eddie hits us up. He says, fellas, it was a great win, and Trey said he was motivated by Jimmy Butler's pregame guaranteeing the Heat's win. Defense and hustle can overcome anything. Okay. If it takes another star on another team saying that he's going to guarantee a win, then I hope that the Celtics do that. Because that performance last night is what we're going to need throughout the rest of these playoffs. 404-741-0929. And by the way, I hope they do take us lightly. I do. And I say lightly. Listen, they're going to respect us. I don't know if they see us in the same light as they do the Heat. And that's the thing.
Our sister station, if you know what they're saying. Oh, we're going to take the Hawks out in 5, maybe a gentleman's sweep.
Yep.
But this is the thing. If you played a little bit more like this, if you finished some of those games and blow some of those leads, you would have been a 6 seed, and you would have maybe had a chance to, certainly you like your odds a hell of a lot better, Carl, with, taking on somebody like Brooklyn. But in this case, now this team can maybe, again, I said in the last segment, I never approach any – like in 18 when the Rays played the Dodgers. The Dodgers were head and shoulders better, but Acuna hit that grand slam, and it was a hell of a game where you felt like on top of the world. Never going to ever say and concede in a series because we've seen things like this happen.
Nope, not at all. Hey, Big Bo's behind the glass. Our engineer, Turtle, is executive producing. We're going to hear Kirby Smart as we get ready for G-Day coming up in less than 10 minutes. He went on the Steakhouse this morning talking about all things Georgia. You'll get a chance to hear from Georgia's head coach. Iron Eagle's going to join us next hour as well. He called the game last night, and we'll talk to him about what he thought about this Hawks team. Him and Jimmy Jackson were talking a lot about what they didn't do during the season and then what they saw last night. Iron Eagle will join us at 3:20 here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Right now, let's hit some headlines.
Strap in, youngins.
In the headlines with Dukes and Bell.
Let's start with our Braves, Mike. Another way to get a win. Now, Braves win after a shaky start, guys. And, for Kyle Wright, just didn't look good. 3 innings, 4 runs, 4 hits, 4 walks. That's not a good outing for Kyle Wright.
No, I think we expected him to just kind of plug right in based on what he's been doing the last couple of weeks. But, we still know this guy's a 20-game winner, and you found a way to get it done against a Reds team, which is kind of scuffling. But, I just thought last night you were able to find a way. Tonkin hadn't got a win since, I think the other guy was president. It's been a while. You know what I mean? So that guy
2016, wasn't it?
Yeah, whatever it was. But Tonkin came in, did a hell of a nice job. And then last night, this was Austin Riley. It was Albies. Ozzie. That's why we talked about it to start the season. You got 4 or 5 guys could be an MVP on this team.
Albies, by the way, he hit this home run. It's his 100th career home run. Congratulations, Ozzie.
The average game length. Albies to right field. Albies has left the building, and we are tied.
But you find a way to come back. You win 7-6 last night, so that's 2 on the Reds after losing 3 to the Padres. And tonight, Mike, it's Strider time.
Can't wait. By the way, for the first time ever on this Dukes and Bell program, I'm going to give a shout-out and an attaboy to Matthew Kaminsky.
All right.
Do anybody know who Matthew Kaminsky is?
The Kaminsky?
I know Bo does because he works. Tell the people who he is, Bo.
Matthew Kaminsky is the super solid best organist in Major League Baseball.
He's a bad dude.
Now, watching the game going back and forth when the Hawks are in commercial and flipping back and forth. And now, I love a clever little jibe. It was not even a jibe or a shot. But Jonathan India, he of the flowing locks, comes up, and Kaminsky plays Kashmir by Led Zeppelin on the organ. Now, for again, millennials, there's a place called Kashmir. It's between India and Pakistan. I thought that was clever. You're familiar with the midday show? And he plays that when India came up. I got a kick out of it. I mean, my wife's like, what are you talking about? Never mind. So I'll go on the air. And based on the looks, other than Big Bo, no one knows what I'm talking about. But this was a great effort last night. I just thought.
No, it was a cool moment, but he's done that before with other players.
Clever stuff. But I'm saying, but this is the one that I really, I'm a Zeppelin guy. I vibed on it. Matt Olson, hitting .319. Sean Murphy, he goes 0 for 3, but he does get 2 walks. So he was, and of course, doing a great job behind the dish.
All right, so Fried's on his way back. Tonight, Spencer Strider. Strider's 1-0, 2.45 ERA. Listen, we were there for opening night, and we said, tonight, maybe he can strike out 20. Well, maybe tonight is the night he strikes out 20. We will see. Meanwhile, let's talk about our Hawks, because Quinn Snyder was talking about how this team kept fighting.
But I think our guys we stayed together. And we'll continue to kind of, wasn't always pretty, but we kept playing and kept executing and trying. And I think over the course of the game that paid off for us.
Yeah, I mean, we kept talking about who was going to be the X factor. And it was really the bench. The entire bench was the X factor. But Capella with the monster game last night. And then Quinn Snyder was talking about just the maturity, Mike, of this team. And look, he's been here for 21, 22 games now. But maybe they are maturing in front of us.
Yeah, it's hard for me to speak to what's happened in any situation. Last year for me, last year for them. This is about us right now today. And I think guys have worked and tried and committed to doing some things, whether it be defensively or running or all those those things that you try to emphasize that I want to catch ourselves and say it's one game, and I think you got to do it for a while and you got to do it consistently until it becomes who you are. But I'm really proud of our team and the way we played tonight.
You talked about it. I mean, look, everybody out there is waiting for this transformation to occur, and I don't want to wait till next year. I'd like to see it, now or actually 2 weeks ago. But look, this was an effort. This was something we've talked about. Defense is effort. Boards, doing that work, Carl, that's effort. And why we haven't gotten that's another subject for another day. Let's just revel in the victory right now and hope we can take care of business against Boston.
All right, guys, last thing, Jimmy Butler. He didn't play great last night. They'll have a chance to get in on Friday, but that's their business. He did say that he didn't feel like the Heat were physical with Trae Young last night. Listen to this.
I don't think we were as physical as we were supposed to be in making his decisions very hard. I mean, he's a hell of a player. He makes all the right reads. Obviously, he's a big-time shot maker, and he even got 8 rebounds. So I don't think we took too much away from them tonight. They got to the paint, they made threes, they offensive rebound, got to the free throw line. It just was an overall bad game.
I know that on the broadcast last night, I was listening to Holman going back and forth, but Jimmy Jackson talked about he was surprised they didn't close in more. I think one time he called out Oladipo for not coming out. A lot of guys stay in the baseline when Trae comes up for that teardrop, and that's something that he took away in previous games.
Yeah, I think this was part of their game plan that they didn't execute. And, listen, we can talk all we want about Trae. I don't think anybody will deny this. Big games, dude shows up. Playoffs, dude shows up. Like these are his moments. And when we laughed and made fun of a couple of seasons ago when he was like, hey, the regular season's not the playoffs. And we were like, yeah, Trae, but you got to go through the regular season to get to the playoffs. He shows up. And, Jimmy Butler respects the fact that dude he's a big-time player when it comes to these kind of games. But I don't think, Mike, that they executed that game plan to try to make it more difficult on Trae. But I also think there was a will last night with this team, and I think that's what you saw late.
Yeah, I mean, the boards we said, how many times did we say intensity? Defense is effort. That's hustle. You saw it last night. The only thing, if I told you yesterday afternoon that we'd be talking about Hunter going for 6 and Trae was 1 of 8 from 3, that'd probably be an L for us, but we found a way. All the other guys stepped up, and we mentioned earlier, Jalen Johnson with 10 points, 3 assists, 7 boards. Energy, man. Loving Jalen Johnson's game last night, and some big moments.
All right. Also last night, the Lakers complete the comeback. They get the 7th seed in the West. That game went to overtime. as Minnesota was without a couple of their players, but it didn't matter. Look, the Lakers now get Memphis in the West. So, as we said, for us, the playoffs start Saturday. And our coverage right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game begins at 3, tips at 3:30. And I want to see, man. I got to see how things shake out. And again, Boston's like Boston is like being at the Garden in New York, Mike. It's a big-time environment, right?
It's the same thing. I mean, it's again, it's not the original, but it's one of those atmospheres you walked into. It's kind of fun how they portrayed it in winning time, talking about the Lakers back in the day. You're right, man. Those fans, you know what they're all about. By the way, I just want to double down on LeBron. I know Draymond Green is getting ready for his TV career at some point. He said he was amazed to see LeBron so gassed last night.
Really?
That's, again, Draymond Green's take, his 2 cents worth.
Okay.
Well, yeah, they went to overtime, and LeBron's been coming off injury after injury this year.
Yeah, that's true. But, I guess he's getting in the mode of not being afraid to criticize his friends because they are friends.
Yeah.
All right.
Shocked James looked gassed, making some uncharacteristic passes. Okay, Draymond.
Wow.
Boy, he really wants Charles's seat.
Wow. It's no doubt. Thank you, Turtle. He says LeBron played 43 minutes last night. Mm-hmm. You do realize he's been in the league 20 years. He's got a lot of miles on those legs. You guys know he went to the NBA Finals 10 years in a row?
Right.
Like, come on, Draymond. All right, guys, coming up, you're going to hear from Kirby Smart. G-Day is Saturday. And by the way, we've got a huge Saturday here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Just let me tell you about it real quick. First and foremost, we have G-Day coverage live from Grindhouse Killer Burgers in Athens. John Chuckery, Abe's going to be out there. Then at 3, we've got Hawks-Celtics Game 1. Then at 7, Atlanta United at Toronto. It's going to be a huge day, and you can listen all day right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Kirby Smart next.
to more Dukes and Bell.
How's everybody feeling? On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Earlier today, Steakhouse. Yeah, Steak had on Kirby.
That's right. I've got a tremendous relationship with the head football coach at Georgia.
Rusty was with him today as well, and they talked to Kirby about a lot of different things. The first thing they asked him, as we get ready for G-Day on Saturday, guys, is do you expect 90-plus thousand again at this year's G-Day?
Well, it's been a lot of water under the bridge since that day. It seems like eternity ago, but the standard doesn't change. The expectation's always high, and sometimes that's controlled by weather. Sometimes that's controlled by other events in Atlanta, but I think our fans will turn out. They'll come. They enjoy coming out. It sounds like the weather's going to be pretty good, a lot better than last weekend, that's for sure. Man. So I think they're gonna come out and do the right thing and be there to support us. And when you ask them to go to the playoffs and the national championships, you can't stand on it. You can't stand on the drum and beat it all the time. So you got to pick your times.
Yeah, you challenged them that very first time, and I think they've answered every challenge since then. Kirby Smart with us on Sports Radio 92.9.
Coach, you hire Mike Bobo, somebody you're very familiar with, known him a long time, played with him, coached against him, been on the same team with him a couple of times. What have you seen out of him this spring, and what made that decision that quick for you to make him the offensive coordinator at Georgia?
Really comfortable with where we were, with where Muckin had left us, and done a good job building an offense and putting together things that highlighted our strengths, which were our tight ends, our quarterback's athleticism, shots down the field to some really explosive wideouts, throwing the ball to the backs. So a lot of that was in place. Mike is familiar with all those things. I mean, we went against him for 2 years. A lot of the same plays that teams are running in the NFL, both Coach Muckin and Coach Bobo were running while they were at different places. So it's just one called it apples, one called it oranges, and we're keeping a lot of the same terminology from the Muckin's offense, and we've got 4 coaches in that room already that are used to doing that. We got a group of players used to doing that. So I felt very comfortable about him carrying that over. I know how competitive he is. I know what a teacher he is. I know that he cares about his players. And more than anything in college football right now is players got to know that you care about them and that you want them to be great. And I know he wants those things for his team.
Kirby Smart with us on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. I would argue you've been involved since you got here in some of the biggest quarterback conversations in college football. You've always been ready to make hard decisions, assess quarterbacks, Jake Fromm or Justin Fields, Jacob Eason or Stetson Bennett, JT Daniels. There's a litany of questions we've berated you with over the years. How many people are involved when you try to make a decision on quarterbacks? And what is philosophy overall as you start to look to next season? Because those decisions have shaped this team really from the minute you got here.
Yeah, I think the quarterback position shapes every team. We're not just the only team privy to that. I mean, the quarterback is the leader of the organization, the leader of the team on the grass. He makes a decision or 2 or 3 every play. I mean, there's literally plays where a quarterback has to make 3 to 4 decisions, and processing that information is built through the time you spend with the quarterback as an offensive coordinator or quarterback's coach. So that's critical, and we all know the decision to who's back there is important. And a lot of it comes down to who's around him. Who does he have around him? Does he have a skill set of players around him that he's allowed them to make plays, or is he going to be forced to make plays? Does your defense play well enough that the quarterback has to or doesn't have to make plays or does have to make plays? I mean, it's a total team effort, and I think figuring out the identity of the team, what you need, what is the role of the quarterback on this team, because it's not the same every year. I mean, You can define the quarterback position the same, but what you need out of quarterback play might be different. Certainly what we needed out of Stetson last year was different than what we needed out of Stetson the year before with 5 first-rounders. So we're still filling all that out. I'm very pleased with where we are at the quarterback position and who goes into making that decision. The entire offensive staff, myself, we take input from everybody, every part of your organization. Every part they're in the weight room. So we're going to talk to the strength staff. We're going to talk to other players. We're going to talk to our offensive staff primarily and find out where we think we need to go to get the most out of the position.
Those 3 quarterbacks perform as you would have liked over the last few weeks, the 3 guys in the running?
Oh, yeah. I mean, those guys have done a great job. They've all taken really good quality reps. We've probably had more depth around them to help them in terms of wide receiver and O-line rooms. There's times where you can't truly evaluate a quarterback if he doesn't have the right people around him. We've had a good run of luck in terms of not having injuries and having good numbers. When you've got good numbers at O-line and receiver, you can do a lot with the quarterbacks in terms of giving them reps.
Coach, covering your team, everybody asked me two questions. Who's going to play quarterback and who are the leaders this year? I know the leaders takes a little while, but talk about two kids in particular for you that's played a lot of football. Cedric Van Pran and Tate Ratledge, two offensive linemen that play side by side. Talk about what they bring to your team on and off the field.
Well, they bring the embodiment of kind of what this program stands for, which is tough as hell, physical. We're going to come at you. We're going to win the line of scrimmage, and that starts with those two dudes. I mean, it's there's times you get frustrated as a defensive coach because you can't really run anything at those guys. You throw Truss in there at guard, and all of a sudden you've got this triangle in the middle that there's nothing they hadn't seen. There's no stunt they hadn't seen. You don't trick them. They come off the ball. They're really physical. But, in college football, you're always trying to get negative plays, and when the heart of your offense you can't penetrate, it's frustrating. And those guys almost create an identity for the offense that we're gonna be more physical than you. We're gonna be tough. We're not gonna give up sacks up the middle. And they do a great job. I mean, they are the embodiment of leadership, and they both have earned it. I mean, they've been here a while.
How many snaps do you think Carson Beck and Brock will see over the course of a Saturday?
Don't know that. I mean, we average, I don't know. Every game is different. We've got, I think, 7 years history of G-Day, and we go through, not including the COVID year, so we count those reps, and we try to see what that's going to be like. And I can't sit here and tell you because it's varied from 50 to 55 to 60 to 65 snaps. And then, obviously there's two teams. So you're looking at 130, maybe 140 snaps to try to go out there and play.
Any names that get a little love from you this morning? I know we keep hearing the name Lawson Lucky is a guy that has emerged and ahead of schedule. Is that a fair assessment of him at the tight end and any other guys that are worth a Kirby shout-out?
I don't know that that's a fair assessment. I think, what's happened is he had a scrimmage where he made a couple plays and did some nice things. So all of a sudden it came out there, and I don't know whether the defensive players read the clippings or Lawson read the clippings, but, there's been days after that he hadn't been in his best in terms of toughness and competitiveness. Now, is he in a good spot for a mid-year guy that was in high school last year? Yeah, I'm very pleased with what he's done. I want to see it a little more consistent. He's not had to block a 6'4", 280-pound defensive end either. So when he has to do that, he's got to be able to stay in front of them. But he's made some plays in the pass game, and I love the fact that he's not happy with where he's at. He continues to compete.
Any other names we should had a great camp?
I think Dylan Bell's done a good job. He's competed hard. Marcus Rosemy. I mean, there's some good leaders over there, guys that have been in the program for a couple of years that are just really working hard. I mean, Bull's doing a good job. Kamari's doing a good job. It's hard to pick one guy out that people don't know because, there's a bunch of guys out there practicing really hard.
One last question, Coach, for me. I asked for questions on Twitter. A guy hit me up, said, I know Kirby Smart's a big Braves fan. Ask him what he thinks about the new uniforms.
Oh, man, those unis, they bring back flashbacks for me. TBS growing up down in Bainbridge, we didn't miss a game. And those unis didn't have the same win-loss record back then that they do now, but they look pretty sporty. I like them. I know that. I got a son at home that wants to get one of those old throwbacks.
But we'll see if we can work it out. I'll just mention myself. Thanks for making my daughter had to sweat it out like a lot of high school kids. She's headed to Georgia, and you certainly – over the last 2 years, you keep winning national titles. A lot of high school kids around the state of Georgia are sweating it out trying to get in that school.
Well, they're sweating out that academic threshold they got to get over to get in. That's the hard part. So I know she must have got blessed with a great mind from her mom right there because for her to get in, that's impressive.
Well, there it is. Kirby Smart talking about G-Day and a lot of other things on the Steakhouse today. And the big thing is he said, listen, the threshold or the standard, as he said, is always there. I don't know how many people show up. Mike and I were there for 93K Day. I don't know if we'll ever have another one like it. It was unbelievable.
It truly was electric. I know that Kirby didn't have all the pieces at that time, but just to catch George, and again, not a knock on Rick, but everyone was waiting for the new chapter to begin, and they've responded big time.
All right, coming up, we got plenty more to dive into, the latest around the NFL, more on our Hawks as well. We shocked everybody last night. The question is, can we put it together for this Celtics series? We're going to talk about that and much more. Also, Iron Eagle's going to join us in the 3 o'clock hour. Don't go anywhere. It's Dukes and Bell.
Yeah, they're going to beat the Hawks. Come on, the Hawks stink. Bet it, whatever you want to.
3 o'clock on Dukes and Bell.
I find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, Atlanta's #1 sports show on its #1 sports station. Glad to have you listening on a day where we're celebrating the Hawks showing up. Now, be honest with yourself. Can you be honest with yourself for a second?
I don't want to lie to myself if I can help.
Like for 2 seconds, be honest with yourself. Did you see this happening last night?
No, I did not.
I didn't either. And I think most of Atlanta didn't see this happening last night, which makes it even more exciting because it goes, it makes you go, well, wait a minute. Why can't we do this more often? Why is it that we've struggled to have this kind of performance night in and night out? Is it just because now we're in the play-in, which was the playoffs, and it's the playoffs, which means we show up? I don't know. I can't answer those things. All I know is this is a glimpse of what we thought we'd see throughout the whole season. And we didn't get it. We were a 500 team. The record is the record. You can throw that out now and say, all right, well, we're in the playoffs. And somebody said to me the other day, I have hope because the playoffs is a new season. But the thing last night, Mike, is everybody kept waiting for us to revert to what has happened all season long, and that is blowing this big lead we had.
Right. We looked at the numbers. If you missed it yesterday, when we lost to Miami, with the exception of one of those games we played back in March, the first weekend, they only had 10 turnovers. Last night, just 12 turnovers. But against the Heat, the last 2 seasons, they've had 19 turnovers, a couple of times 18 turnovers, a couple of times 16 turnovers. They did not turn the ball over in the big moments, and they created the turnovers. And as we said last break, the second chance points, those boards, And then how about the beautiful passing too? I mean, that's the kind of stuff that that's when Hawks fans like you and me and the guys out there, we go, I want to look like that team. Well, we looked like whatever that team was last night, right? There were some style points in addition to the transition last night a couple of times.
Yeah, listen. I'm sitting there and I'm trying to just take it in, and I felt like there was a different energy last night. Maybe you did too. I mean, it was more about, and everybody's going to talk about how bad Miami played. Give us credit. We played great.
We crashed the boards, and Butler, it's not our fault that Butler couldn't hit anything last night. We did actually play some Carl, effort, hustle.
Yep.
How many times have we said that the last 2 seasons? That's what it's about.
I'm not gonna lie, it's a lot more boring than the playoffs.
Well, Trey, this is your time.
Again,
this is your opportunity.
I just want to establish, Chris pressed that button. I have no control over
No,
that.
listen, but he said it. I mean, we can't act like he didn't say it. He said it. So now this is your time. If you feel that way, and I think it was a learning lesson, okay, for Trey when he said that. I don't think he meant any harm, by the way, when he said that. I just think he said it and then was like, well, this is not the playoffs. It's not the Garden, and people trying to spit on me. I get it. It's a different intensity. But now we are back there. Here's the deal, guys, as we talk about the Hawks, and we'll get into what's going on with the NFL as well. Iron Eagle's going to join us coming up here at 3:20. He called the game last night. The way you change the perception of your image or however you are perceived in sports, you guys know, win. That's it. So whatever you think about Trae Young, whatever we think about Trae Young, whatever the world thinks about Trae Young, it just don't matter. At the end of the day, he has the ability, all right, and if his teammates show up like they did last night, Mike, to win series and to change the narrative. That's what happened a couple of years ago. Remember before we got Trae, many of you who are now, on his jock, you were saying, hey, Trae's too small. This guy won't be able to score in the NBA. I don't know why we would even draft him. And then Trae went on this run, and we go to the Eastern Conference Finals, and everybody was like, yo, guy can play. You changed the narrative by winning. And last night, I think the Hawks changed a little bit, Mike, despite the season we had, by winning a game that nobody gave us a shot to win.
We talked to him about the Quinn Snyder bounce. One of the things that happened last night, Jamel, the son of Nate, got into it with Trae last night. Again, I told you this back when Nate got a little awkward for Quinn coming in and not having his guys on staff.
Yes,
and
I'd
be curious to see if...
It's like you going to a family reunion and it's not your family.
Right. Or you go work at a job and a guy who was popular in the office got fired and now you plugged in his cubicle. Hi, everybody. Not too awkward.
You don't look like Nate.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, look, I love the fact there's passion. See, that's the one thing. I saw that last night. Guys are baiting me on Twitter. No, I love it. And by the way, Nate really didn't do much against the Heat at all. And Quinn came up with something, a combination of effort and pressure and better ball movement. Trae made good decisions with the ball. The only thing, like I said, the only thing you could comment last night was he couldn't get the 3 to drop. But when he did hit the 1, it was a huge momentum shift, which kept the Heat at bay.
404-741-0929. It is our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. We now know what this is going to look like from the series standpoint, at least through 4 games. All right, we get game 1 Saturday, 3:30. Game 2 is Tuesday, 7 o'clock. That will be in Boston. Game 3 will be next Friday, Mike, at State Farm at 7 o'clock. And then we'll play Sunday. Okay, this is the following Sunday at 7 o'clock at State Farm. So we get 2 evening games, a Friday and a Sunday game. So over the weekend, and I hope State Farm is sold out. Listen, despite what you said or thought about all season long, our team's in the playoffs, and we got a shot. So we gotta show up. But that is now what it looks like, at least for the first 4 games. And then, of course, they'll start to put out the times and days for the remaining part of this series. But, by the way, is it going to go 6?
Well,
7?
I gave you some history from the 2007-8 season when Joe Johnson and Josh. No, don't shoot it, Josh. And Al Horford, Mike Bibby, and Zaza. Zaza had elbows with razors on them, man. He was swinging those things like a ninja, Carl, in that series. Kevin Garnett was belly aching about it. Took those guys to 7 games. Unbelievable. I mean, I remember Game 6, people going bananas. But anyway, if you did that, I'd like to think we got a little more talent on this roster than then, although you could actually use Joe Johnson off the bench this year. This is, old Joe Johnson, not Joe now. But this is a team, again, Quinn said it. Do your job. Play to your best level. The guys, if DeAndre Hunter could ever up his game to a consistent level, then you give yourself more than a fighting chance against the Celtics.
Who?
Yeah, but don't count on that.
I'm over it.
Bogey. What did you think of Bogey last night?
Bogey was fine. The bench was good, man. I mean, listen, I always want more from Bogey because
that's on them. You had something to do with what happened on the floor last night. And the Boston papers, well, the Hawks are so lucky getting boards last night. That's we're not going to get ready, sports fans. You're not going to get any love from ESPN. And by the way, Charles, I get it. You just look at this team as like a bunch of, whatever. But Charles, I got to be honest, I was a little disappointed in Charles Barkley. At least own it. He was like begrudgingly, well, yeah, man, but the Hawks still stink. I mean, he just would not give it any credit. And Shaq, kept on rolling with the Hawks all night long.
They're going to beat the Hawks. Come on, the Hawks stink. Bet it, whatever you want to.
Bet $1 billion.
Well, when Shaq came on with this earlier this week, he did he did that for us. So bottom line is we win, we move on. It's Dukes and Bell, Iron Eagles coming up in less than 10 minutes right now. Let's get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
Are the Texans going to draft a quarterback? I'm going to tell you what I'm hearing. Not the guy they want. They might not do it. The guy they want, I think, is going to be gone.
They want Bryce Young.
They do. DeMeco Ryans was talking about this, Mike. That's the new head coach for the Houston Texans. And by the way, the reason why this matters is if you're telling me they don't go C.J. Stroud, that means Stroud goes to Arizona's not taking him. And all of a sudden now.
No, everybody's going to trade up.
Well, we'll see. It may be. Are the Colts going to be willing to let that go if C.J. Stroud somehow falls to them?
Is Stroud the guy they've got earmarked?
And it means that we are going to have much more of a choice of the potential player that we might want at 8. That's why this is a big deal. You could get Bryce Young, and then the next quarterback might not be taken until 4 or 5.
You may get your chance of Tyree Wilson, Lucas Van Ness, or Jalen Carter. Now, again, I still think Jalen Carter is going to go to either Detroit or Seattle. We talked about it yesterday with NFL Network's James Palmer. But Carl just touched on it. If 4 quarterbacks go in the first 5 or 6, then you've got a chance for an impact defensive line player. And then you can still, despite what we did, do we rule out Christian Gonzalez from the moves we made going and getting another corner?
No, I don't think you do, Mike. But the other thing about this is if CJ goes later because the Texans don't take him, it also means that these potential quarterbacks we've been talking about will also be there at 8. And the Falcons have talked to all of them. And you can tell me, if you're going to take the best player on the board, take the best player on the board. This is why it gets interesting. Here's DeMeco Ryans talking about the expectations for the number 2 overall pick.
I think it's unfair to ask a guy, just because you're picked number 2 overall, you have to come in and you're the face of our franchise and you're the leader. That's unfair to the guy. Right? And I'm not going to put that type of weight on the shoulders of whoever that is that we pick.
Okay.
By the way, Davis Mills, local kid, still the QB on the depth chart. They brought in Case Keenum in case you decided to go defense for the Texans.
Yeah.
17 TDs, 15 picks, unfortunately.
And here's the deal for the Texans, right? D'Amico comes in. It's like Arthur Smith with us. How long is it going to take before we're really talking about competing? If they don't believe they're going to be a playoff team this year, Mike, go get your edge rusher.
And Bryce Young is the only quarterback that you're in love with.
Go get your edge rusher. That's why this is interesting. D'Amico also talked about, or is it the same cut, Chris? No, it's different. Okay, because he's talking about how unfair it is to make the number 2 pick an instant leader, being, hey, he's the quarterback, he's going to come in and lead your football team.
We're expecting them to come in, be a great teammate, work hard, right? Be deliberate in what you're doing, and have a mindset to get better each and every day. We have leaders in our locker room already, so I'm not asking the guy to come in and be this savior for our team. I'm asking the guy to come in and just put his head down and just work.
It's a breath of fresh air for all the nonsense they've gone through. We talked to a bunch of folks in Houston. If you heard our coverage from the only radio station live, by the way, at the Final Four right here. But, those guys are talking about D'Amico's a guy that everybody was really hoping was going to get that gig. Meanwhile, when you get a franchise tag, a lot of guys are like, oh, that's not what I wanted. Saquon Barkley, apparently New York papers reporting, will not sign the tag before the start of the team's offseason work and will not be reporting for the first team work of the season. Mandatory, non-mandatory. Why would you?
Why would you?
Risk an injury and I don't have a contract.
They got until July 17th to figure out a deal. He's got plenty of time. I think this is what we're going to see with Lamar, too, by the way. Mm-hmm. I'm not signing that. Like, let's get a deal done. If we're going to get a deal done, or somebody's going to come give me an offer sheet maybe after the draft. Let's talk about the situation with the Packers, Mike. Mark Murphy talking about Aaron Rodgers, talking about Jordan Love.
Right.
This is Mark Murphy.
I'm really glad that Aaron Rodgers turned out to be such a good quarterback, and I'm hopeful that Jordan Love turns out to be a similar quarterback.
You better hope.
Is that a parrot in the background?
Maybe. What is he on? He's like, a parrot or two back there?
I'm really glad that Aaron Rodgers turned out to be such a good quarterback.
Chris, your thoughts on that?
Sounds like a canary, if you ask me.
What's that about?
It's a canary in a coal mine.
Yeah.
I dated a girl that was into parrots.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Great in the sack, but it's just crazy. Absolutely insane.
My best friend growing up had an African gray parrot.
So you're talking to all the repeat?
Everything.
Wow.
Yeah. And you know what it did? It mimicked the sound of the video game system turning on, and it did it every 30 freaking seconds.
Really?
Yeah. A guy I worked with. Yeah. He was a morning guy, and he got a parrot. He didn't know they lived for like 30 years, by the way. And he didn't know that. So he was like, yeah, I'm going to get a parrot. And he did it kind of like, I'm going to show everybody I'm going to get a parrot. I'm cool. And then the parrot learned all the cuss words. So you'd walk in, and the parrot would say, instead of like, hello, the parrot would be like, blank you, MF. And just going down the list.
So if you were playing like Mortal Kombat, the parrot would be going, finish him. Hey, man. Yeah, what Carl was saying about the Jets, everyone knows deal's 90% done. They're saying it'll be done on draft day. Just a matter of the cops. And remember, the owners of the team are the fans in Green Bay. So it's not like one specific owner is going to eat a chunk of Aaron Rodgers' deal.
NFL Blitz brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. He called the game last night. We'll talk to him next. Iron Eagle on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
And I'm hopeful that
to more Dukes and Bell.
This is fun. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell, and guys, we're celebrating the dub last night. A lot of people didn't think we'd get it done. Hawks beat the Heat 116-105, and the guy that called the game, Iron Eagle, joins us right now on the waitfor.com hotline. You also know him as the Nets announcer. You know him from the NFL on CBS, and he is going to be the next guy to call the Final Four, taking over for Jim Nantz in March Madness. And it's good to have you on the show. I don't know if you and JJ were a little surprised last night at the Hawks team that you guys saw, because I think everybody in Atlanta was like, who is this team? Like, what happened? What did you guys take from last night as you watched this victory for our Hawks?
Yeah, a great team effort, first and foremost. And there was just a certain aggressiveness right from the opening tip. They set the tone early. I thought Hunter was forceful in what he was doing, even though DeJounte Murray wasn't necessarily making shots. He was doing it with a purpose. And then when that second unit came on, everybody that played contributed in some way. Bey, Bogdanovich, Okongwu, Jalen Johnson, Capella, ridiculous numbers rebounding the ball. And this is the point. I've gotten through all that, and I haven't mentioned Trae Young yet, because Trae did his job well, but it wasn't all on his shoulders. So to me, this is what you expected to see during the regular season. We know it was a complete roller coaster ride, but that's the great setup in this play-in tournament, that with everything on the line, a one-game format, you can play at a high level and then feel good about yourself despite the fact that you had a 500 season that was considered disappointing.
You recognize the pipes. It's Iron Eagle with us here on the waitfor.com hotline. Yeah, I heard your partner Jimmy kind of surprised that Jimmy Butler couldn't back up the big talk. Jimmy Buckets usually responds, and it just seems like he just couldn't get into a rhythm and was missing shots he usually makes.
Yeah, I thought he missed a bunch of shots around the rim. Adebayo missed a bunch of shots around the rim. It took a while for Tyler Hero to get going. Obviously, Lowry was the offense for a long stretch. Second quarter, when Miami made its run before halftime, it was all Lowry. And then in the fourth quarter, when they needed buckets, it was Lowry again. But you wonder if that was part of the thought process with Quinn Snyder, that they were comfortable with Kyle Lowry being the guy for Miami, as long as it wasn't Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo. And I thought Quinn did a masterful job. It's interesting. He's really a unique guy when you sit down and talk with him. Cerebral. I think he's flat out a great coach and did terrific work in Utah. This was not an easy situation to walk into, and I think he did it because he recognized for this team to be a contender down the road, it was important to come in and get a feel for the players, get a sense of what this team is all about, as opposed to just saying, hey, wrap up the season, I'll watch the games on TV, and we'll start it up during the offseason. He realized that he needed to be there. He needed to be a part of it, and now you're starting to see the dividends.
Iron Eagle, our guest, guys, and congratulations, by the way, on the Final Four. I'm a big college basketball guy.
Yeah, man.
Jim Nantz did it as good as anybody. I know you're going to step in and do an amazing job, and congratulations on that, by the way.
I really appreciate it. Thanks.
No doubt. Listen, you watch a lot of hoops. You're at these games. Tell us about the Celtics, all right? For Hawks fans, we've not beaten them this year, right? We're 3-0, or they're 3-0 against us. What have you seen that's made this Celtics team so good this season?
Tremendous chemistry and trust, and then Tatum has gone to another level. He had been very good, as we know. He had been all-star caliber. He had been all-NBA caliber. Maximum contract. You can check every box. Last year's postseason is when you started to see him taking over games and being the guy, alpha in many ways. And I think it carried over into this regular season. His numbers are through the roof. You know, we tend to now forget sometimes because the numbers are just so gargantuan in the NBA. When you take a step back and realize what some of these individuals are doing. Jason Tatum, it's not just that he's scoring at a ridiculous rate. His rebounding numbers are insane. He assists, he comes up and fills every category, and I think he's doing it now with a different feel. There's just a different presence. So if you're asking me what's the biggest difference, Joe Mazzulla, definitely different vibe, different feel, but they were well coached prior. They were well coached last year, as we know. This team, the only issue that they will have, in my mind, is whether or not the Milwaukee Bucks look like the team that won the championship, or if a wild card team like the Cleveland Cavaliers just catch fire and these young guys really step forward on the big stage. This is a big, big challenge for the Atlanta Hawks. I think they're talented enough to make this a series. I don't think Boston is infallible by any stretch, but they are a well-oiled machine.
And I know, Ian, it's kind of human nature up in Boston to look down their nose at us. We did beat them the year after our 60-win season. We did beat them in the first round, but that's the last time we beat those guys. But you think that maybe they will overlook us a little bit because the Heat did give them so much trouble last year, and that's probably who they thought they were going to get?
Yeah, well, think about it this way, guys. The way you were thinking prior to last night is the way that the league was thinking, that Miami would probably win the game, move on. It'll be Boston, Miami in the first round. That's the way things were set up in a collision course, the two teams that played for the Eastern Conference title last year. And the Hawks have already ruined that narrative. That's done. Hawks are the 7th seed. Now you have to switch gears. I'm sure Boston looked at it as a dual issue of you got to prepare for both, but they were probably leaning just a bit on the Miami side, just based on all the metrics and the numbers. Well, now you've got an opponent. You've got a living, breathing opponent that you've got to deal with. I don't know if they're going to look past anybody. I got to tell you, in my experience with Joe Mazzulla, I had their season opener on TNT. They played Philadelphia. So that's Mazzulla's first production meeting, when you go in, meet with the coach, the broadcasters get a chance to sit down with him. I didn't know him. I had never met him before, so it's a complete clean slate. I walk into the room. Joe then walks in, and I go introduce myself, and he says, "Oh, yeah, hey, Ian, yeah, you called my last game at West Virginia." I'm like, "Oh, damn, this guy, he's on it." And then he blew me away with his presence and his knowledge and his ability to explain what his thought process was and what his philosophy was. And now I've ended up doing 4 or 5 Celtic games this year. He's really impressive. There's a reason why they believed in this guy to take over after the Udoka situation. He's that good.
Ian, one of the moments last night, you guys had me laughing. JJ's my guy. I've known Jimmy a long time. You guys were talking about this lady in the front row, and you were like, she looked like she came from a cotillion.
That outfit was unbelievable.
And you guys, I'm crying at home, and I'm like, oh, my. And Jimmy's like, yeah, I know her.
No, it's the husband. Yeah.
We part of what, as you guys know, because you have a great show, part of what makes a good show is not discussing things before you go on the air and having it happen naturally and organically. I had no idea, truly, that he knew that person at all. It's not like we pointed her out or talked about it. I just saw her on the screen, and I thought to myself, okay, if you're at home and you're watching this game and there's a woman wearing a green dress in the front row, how could the announcer not refer to it? It would almost be wrong not to.
Right.
So I just had the passing line, and Jim looks at me and starts cracking up. He's like, "Oh yeah, no, I know her husband. I know. Her. Yeah, that's actually so." Man, now he has been on 12 teams. He's about as affable an individual as you'll ever meet, as you guys know. Jim is a wonderful guy and a great dude, and he knows everybody.
He does.
So it really did strike me in the moment, like, man. You know every person. I'm just picking out a random person in the crowd, and you know them.
Yeah. Listen, I went to a Cowboys game. It's about 10, 12 years ago. I walk in Jerry's World. I go into a suite. Jimmy is there, and I'm like, what are you doing here? He's like, what are you doing here? He knows everybody. I'm like, he's everywhere, and he knows everybody. There's no doubt. I want to ask you about your son, Noah. I know he's a young and up-and-coming broadcaster. I'm curious, how much pressure did you put on him? How was that at home for him, knowing who Dad was? Because he's making his own way in this business.
Yeah, no, we did a lot of play-by-play drills, anchoring. No, we didn't do any of that. No pressure whatsoever. Literally none. Whatever he wanted to do, I was going to be behind him. My wife was going to be behind him. He was probably about 14 when he started showing a real interest in this, and I would find him reading the media guides and looking at my charts. And then if he did accompany me to a game, I'd see him laser focused on my back and forth with analysts or how I prepared for the opening on camera. So I realized at some point that he had become a student of it and was serious about it. Ended up at Syracuse, and for 2 years, guys, he would not say his full name. He'd introduce himself. Hey, I'm Noah. He would not say his last name. And, there was a moment I was like, man, what? Man, he's punking me. What's he doing? Why he won't even say my name? And then I realized because he truly wanted to just create his own identity there. And then finally, I think once he was established, things changed, dynamic changed, and he started saying his full name. And it's been amazing. It's been so cool. It's been obviously great for our family. And now the connection we have is even beyond. Father-son connection was very, very tight. And now it's colleague to colleague. We can have conversations just based on our experiences that I never, ever imagined. Just talking about bad press food. Like, that's a whole sit down.
Nice. He gets it.
You guys can relate to it.
Right. That's awesome. I mean, we've talked about nepotism in the business and the fact you want to stay away from that again. But again, you don't want to have his name like Ian Albatross for crying. I mean, or no Albatross out there. Good for him, man. And you got to be so proud. As Carl said, congrats as well on the Final Four. Can't wait. And it's got to be a dream for you as a basketball guy.
Oh, forget it. It's so cool beyond your wildest dreams. I remember literally where I was in 1979 watching Bird Magic, Indiana State, Michigan State. That's the first one that I really can remember vividly sitting down and making a whole day around, I'm going to watch this game. This game is sweeping the nation. And I was 10 years old, and obviously, we're talking about 44 years later where I'm going to get a chance to call it on national TV. So it's awesome.
Great stuff. Man, we hope to get you and get a chance to see you in town for our series. We will see how that shakes out. I know you're going to be busy, but great job in calling the game last night. Appreciate you jumping on today, man.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Great being on with you. Good luck. Have fun. It is that next level of intensity, and these are the best basketball players in the world. So it's just cool to see them do their thing, and I'm thrilled that Atlanta's a part of it and that maybe the Hawks can really make a run of this thing against the Celtics.
Ian Eagle, thank you so much, man. Take care.
All right, we'll talk to you. See you.
Good stuff from him. Fun game last night, and the Hawks winning made it even funner. Coming up, yeah, man, no man's on the way. Also, in the 4 o'clock hour, we're going to talk to our man Connor Riley. G-Day's right around the corner. What do we need to know? And Clint Capella stopped by today after his big game last night. It's all on the way on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and Odyssey.com.
and Bell
is the best.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Coming up, our conversation with Connor Riley. If you're just joining us, you missed comments from Kirby Smart talking about G-Day already. Our man Ian Eagle just joined us. Great interview with him. And his son's really good, by the way. Noah, if you've not heard him, he's really good. He's going to be a star in this business. Also in the 4 o'clock hour, Mike, we'll talk more about Clint Capella, his play, and the Hawks, because this win, again, shocked and surprised a lot of people. Now we've got to turn this around and try to do something against the Celtics team. That is more, as you heard Ian say, more well-constructed. They just are. It's a better team than what we saw with the Heat, and you got to beat them for a 7-game series. So it's not going to be easy, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, and we talked about them and the construction of that team, losing their coach, Ime Udoka, and then just keep on trucking. We had Coach Stoudemire on at the Final Four and talk about the philosophy and how Tatum really sets the tone for that entire squad.
Coming up, all on the way, and you'll hear Clint Capella as well. Right now, let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man. He's the former MVP of his high school football team. Not really. From New Jersey.
The Cavs are here.
And gives rapid-fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
All right, Turtle, what is going on, man? How are you today?
Well, got to call out my team, Carl, because even though I'm a Yankees fan, I am not somebody who's above reproach. I will call them out when they do something as stupid as what they did this week. So, they are playing the now Cleveland Guardians in a series in Cleveland. And when you go to a visiting ballpark, as many of you know, they provide the bat boy or the bat gal. In this case, said bat boy that they implied or, put out to do this job, he didn't fit the Yankee look.
He looked like Trevor Lawrence.
He looked like a combination of Trevor Lawrence and, if you remember the David Spade movie, Joe Dirt.
Yeah.
Long blonde hair under that Yankee batting helmet.
And a mustache that was not clean cut. He had some stubble on the chin. So there was a heated debate that went on in New York yesterday, so much so that the Yankees play-by-play voice, Michael Kay, made a giant stink about it on his radio and TV show. And I guess it got back to the Yankee brass because last night the same bat boy was out there and he had his hair completely tucked underneath a brand new extra large sized helmet, and he was clean shaven outside of the mustache. This, Carl and Mike, is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen from the New York Yankees. And as a fan, I will admit, they do a lot of ridiculous things. It's 2023. Right. They still have the rules about the hair and the facial hair. That's a different story for a different day. But to make this poor kid, who's just a bat boy for the Cleveland Guardians,
who's got a rock and roll look in the home of rock and roll,
and looked like he was as nervous as you going up to do 5 minutes at the Comedy Cellar on the sidelines, just wanted to do his job. So I got to trash my New York Yankees today.
I'm with you. And they deserve to be trashed for this. By the way, is this outdated, this whole thing?
Yeah, the whole standard with the hair and the mustache, stupid. It's ridiculous. Stupid.
They're the only team that does it.
I know.
But haven't they allowed, haven't they changed, they've softened up some of the stance on the facial hair?
So Garrett Cole, who they brought in, their multi-million dollar, 100 million times over, ace pitcher, had hair that was just peeking underneath the collar, and they allowed that. Same thing when they got Randy Johnson about a decade and a half ago, but they never let it. Here's the thing, guys. It has to be collar length. It cannot go beneath the collar.
Okay.
That's the rule. Yeah. And the same thing with the facial hair. Only the Don Mattingly mustache is allowed.
Ron Guidry had a mustache. Obviously, Reggie Jackson, Thurman Munson, some of the greatest Yankees to ever dress out wore mustaches.
But no beards.
No beards.
You will never nigh a beard on the Yankees squad.
Which again, today in the big leagues where everybody's got a beard and everybody's got long hair, that just it's anachronistic.
I think so. I'm just asking. I mean, some people are like, this is what it should be. Okay. I'm with you on this, Chris, though. That totally, and after seeing this young man and this young fella, this is bad look.
He wasn't a player.
No,
he
he's
was
not.
the
Bat
freaking
boy.
bat boy.
He's not.
And as long as he's doing the bat boy work in a timely fashion per new Major League Baseball instructions, right? Who cares what he's got style?
Yes.
Well,
by the way,
the days of the chubby bat boy or bat gal are over. You need to be up and back with that ball before the pitch clock runs
Are
out.
they going to make the concession folks have this standard? I'm curious.
So you're telling me that you can no longer Robert Redford can't turn and say, "Pick me a winner, Bobby," and there'll be some chubby little kid wearing Chuck Taylors out there? Tell me that's never going to happen
No.
again? By the way, for young people, that's a natural reference. It's a movie.
Yes, it is.
Another guy that needs to be called out today is Zeke. That's Isaiah Thomas to you and me. He was on ESPN radio this morning, and he hung up on the station because he didn't like, get this, the picture that they were using to represent him to say that he was on the guest line. And he was not joking. Take a listen to this.
Chip, and by the way, I'm looking at my picture. Come on, Keyshawn.
I don't.
Y'all doing that? Wait, y'all doing
Zeke,
that to me?
Zeke, I don't have. Why don't you smile a little, Isaiah? Smile a little bit. What are you so sour about that?
I saw Max Kellerman's picture up there. I saw your picture up there. Y'all smiling. Y'all just had my man up there, who was doing the football. He was smiling. Right. This the picture y'all put up there of me? What y'all doing at ESPN to me?
Well, you got to talk.
Come on,
That's
man.
a bitter
that
Isaiah
right.
Thomas, I see.
Right.
Why don't you smile a little bit, Isaiah? What's wrong?
Come on, man. What's wrong with y'all? Why y'all do this to me? This is just messed up. As a matter of fact, y'all should just take that down. Right?
I mean, who is to blame? Who's responsible for this picture of one of the greatest players who ever lived?
No, pictures say a lot, right? And the way y'all got me cast in this picture, that ain't me.
Wow. He literally went, so he went on in this interview.
Wow.
About a minute later, he actually hung up the phone, waited for them to change the picture, and then called back in. And finished the interview.
And you wonder why. And you wonder why they didn't want him on the Dream Team, Carl.
Wow.
He's so insufferable.
Yeah, listen. Out of all the things, really, that's what you're complaining about?
He had a serious facia on the
here's the
headshot.
deal, Isaiah. You are a Hall of Fame player. There's 100 million pictures of you out there. I mean, if you want a specific picture for any digital platform or television show to put up there, send it out.
Right.
Like I've never heard this in my life.
And by the way, when I had my Twitter episode back in 2015 and Carl had to answer all those tough questions while I was on vacation for 3 days, the picture they used of me, Carl, was a picture I took a selfie on the floor at the Final Four in Indy, and it was the most unflattering photo, and that was the only photo that ever got. I literally looked like Uncle Fester in a sport coat. It was Chris, it was the worst. High school football coach to call me, by the way, that mugshot they're using you is terrible. But in this case, I mean, come on, just as Carl said, your reputation, your legacy, you're worried that you got a face like you farted in church? Big deal.
That is a level of petty I wish to aspire to one day about anything.
But that's Isaiah. But Carl knows because he knows more people than I do in the NBA. That's the legacy of. That's what people say about Isaiah Thomas, amongst other things. He's just that guy.
Yeah, I just wish you would have went on. Here's the deal, too, by the way. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Connor Riley on the way. Do the interview, then complain. Or don't commit to do the interview if you feel like, oh, well, they're not going to have a flattering picture of me. As I said, Isaiah, send the picture out that you want everybody to see you in your best light. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I think you just took the words right out of my mouth, Carl. All right, on that note, we got to run Kyle Riley. Connor Riley.
Yes.
That is, to you and me, is up next. So, Turtle, hit the music.
He's calling his own name, Mike. He's playing, he's doing the third person thing.
Hey, let's make sure that we got a good-looking Connor Riley headshot when he comes on the show.
He may not want to come on.
If Whispers, and Whispers, by the way, our guy does a fantastic job. We're on Twitch. We're on YouTube as well, so check us out.
All right, guys, we got plenty more to dive into. Clint Capella, listen. You'll get a chance to listen to what he had to say about last night's win. It's all on the way in the 4 o'clock hour. Stay right there. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and Odyssey.com. Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hawks 116-105 dub over the Heat last night. We've been talking about it all day, and we will continue to talk about it. Trey did trade things last night. 25 points. Clint Capella's crashing the boards. DJ had 18. But it was the bench guys that really stepped up, and the effort and energy, as Mike continues to talk about. We'll get more into the Hawks as we continue to move along. Also, we're going to hear from Clint Capella coming up in about 10 minutes from now as he stopped by the midday show today, talking about last night's win. Stay right there. Right now, let's talk some dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
Let's get ready for G-Day. And our man, Connor Riley, who's back from vacation. Connor, first of all, man, you got to stop playing. I mean, you got to stop playing on social media. I am announcing today is my last day with Dog Nation. I'm like, what? And then the next tweet is, but I am signed a new deal and I will be back. You got to stop playing with our emotions.
I just like to think of myself as an effective storyteller, and got to keep people interested and got to keep people on their toes.
Exactly.
But again, we got a guy that we love. I mean, there's a lot of great guys at Dog Nation, but you're our guy. And I'm like with Carl. I read the first few verses. What the was he? Okay, tough guy. Well, okay, smarty pants. Put on your thinking cap and answer this. We heard Kirby on the morning show today. He's obviously deflecting questions about the quarterback. I mean, is it going to be vanilla because they're still developing? Or are they going to let these guys throw it all over the place on Sunday during G-Day?
I think they're going to let him throw the ball a lot. I think, given what we've seen from G-Day in the past, it's not something where Georgia wants to highlight its running game, especially with the fact that Georgia really only has 2 healthy scholarship running backs right now. You're going to see Carson Beck, Brock Vandagriff, Gunnar Stockton to an extent as well, drop back and throw the ball, probably more than you would expect to see them do so during a regular season game. And a lot of people are going to be, picking apart what they do there. Schematically, I don't expect it to be very complex. I do expect it to be pretty vanilla. You're going to see them take a lot of deep shots downfield, a lot of things that they don't necessarily think they're going to do during the course of the season. But Kirby Smart's very interested in seeing how both Carson Beck and Brock Vandagriff handle sort of the pressure that is going to come with what we expect on Saturday, a mostly crowded house, as much as it can be due to the construction going around Sanford Stadium, and they're going to be interested in seeing how Carson Beck and how Brock Vandagriff handle the moment. Both have done well this spring. I would say comparatively speaking, Brock has probably done a little bit better than Carson, but I still expect Carson as of today to be the starting quarterback for Georgia, and they're going to be very interested in seeing how those guys go out there and play with, obviously not in a game environment, but as close to a game environment as you can have in that spring game setting.
What about protection? The jobs have been won, do you think, or are we going to go into this spring game with the O-line and those 2 tackle positions still up for grabs?
I think Amarius Mims is going to be your right tackle. He's had a very good spring from just about everyone I've talked to there, and it really seems like Georgia is content to let that left tackle battle continue to play out. And I think Austin Blasky's probably going to get the first team reps on G-Day with that first team offense, and you're going to see Ernest Green get them a lot of reps and run there too. And I think the thing to keep in mind with Blasky is while, yes, he can play left tackle, Georgia feels very comfortable moving him around across that offensive line. And so if there is an injury, as we've seen in recent seasons, I think what the move might potentially be is to move Blasky from that left tackle spot and move him to wherever he needs to go, because he can play center. He can play both guard spots. So maybe you have him as your sort of 6th offensive lineman there. But as far as the left tackle battle, I think Blasky and Green are going to continue to battle it out into the course of the season. And we've seen in years past that Georgia's been content to use their offensive line rotations a little differently than maybe other schools would be. You saw Amarius Mims play a big role last year, even though he didn't really start until the end of the season due to injury. Georgia's content playing 5, 6, 7, 8 guys, and the strength of this team right now, I think, is the depth that they have on that offensive line. So I don't think they're going to handicap themselves by trying to lock themselves into just 5 guys that they're going to play all the time.
It's our man, Connor Riley, guys. Connor Riley on Twitter. Got an article that just popped for Dog Nation about Kirby Smart explaining how Georgia's offense will be similar with Bobo taking over for Monken. The wide receivers obviously going to do their thing. One thing Carl and I were talking about yesterday, you do have, whoever gets this job, a really easy, I'm not saying South Carolina's going to be easy, that's SEC, but UT Martin, Ball State, South Carolina, UAB, your first 4 games are at Sanford Stadium. But are we going to see one of those situations where Kirby will be quick to get the hook, like remember Dwan Mathis against Arkansas? How much of a leash are these guys going to be on?
I think you're going to see them get, especially in those first 2 games, a lot of runway to to experiment. I expect both to play in that game because I do think that Brock's game is maybe a little bit better tailored towards the things that you can do in a game rather than what you can do in practice. His athleticism is going to show up in those circumstances more so than I think it necessarily would, say, on G-Day on Saturday. And so I do think the fact that they do have to play UT Martin and Ball State, which is not the way it was supposed to be. Georgia that second week was supposed to be going on the road to Oklahoma, and on one hand, we've learned a lot more about this team early on in the season. I do think the fact that you are playing a Ball State team that you should beat by 30, 40 points is going to allow them to experiment and have a better understanding of who that quarterback is ultimately going to be. And well, yeah, South Carolina is a nice team. I haven't seen anything from the past 2 years that leads me to believe that they're going to be close to competing with what Georgia has, even with some of the turnover we've seen within both of those programs this offseason. And so really, you have those first 4 games, South Carolina and UAB, all at home. And Georgia, I don't think has to feel, super confident or have to know who their quarterback is really until they go on the road on September 30th against Auburn. While, yes, you'd like to have that answer beforehand, I think Kirby Smart's going to feel more than comfortable playing both those guys, as he has in the past playing multiple quarterbacks, to find out who truly is the best option for this team.
We're talking with Connor Riley, guys. G-Day is Saturday, and it's all going down in Athens. As a matter of fact, John Chuckery, Abe Gordon, that is going to be out there at Grindhouse 11 to 3. And then we got a big day on Saturday because here on the radio station, we not only have the Hawks that are going to play the Celtics in Game 1 at 3 o'clock, 3:30 tip, but also then we've got Atlanta United taking on Toronto FC. So it's going to be a big day, and, of course, G-Day going on. As we talk about, the defense specifically, are you worried at all? And if you are, what position are you concerned about as we go into this spring game?
I'm not worried at all. So long as Kirby Smart, Glenn Schumann, and Will Muschamp are still coordinating this defense, I feel pretty good about what you're going to have back there, just from both, and obviously their ability to bring in talent from recruiting and then develop that and scheme it up. But I think I'm really interested in seeing this cornerback battle that we're going to see opposite Kamari Lassiter. He's obviously entrenched as one of the cornerbacks. But you've got Dalen Everett, Nyland Green, and a name that has really emerged over the course of the spring is Julian Humphrey. Everett and Humphrey are both in their second seasons, and then Green is in his third season. They're just going to throw the ball a lot, and they're going to target those cornerbacks. And I'm going to be really interested in seeing how those guys hang and play on the outside. And while, yes, Georgia's going to obviously take this competition into the fall, they're deeper at the quarterback position than they have been in years past, and I'm interested in seeing how they figure out how they go about replacing a guy like Keeler Ringo. Because while I think a lot of people would be interested in seeing what we see from that outside linebacker position, they're not going to be allowed to hit the quarterback. And there's the fact that I think the two guys are going to play a lot of reps at this position, Marvin Jones Jr. and Jalen Walker. Neither are going to play on Saturdays. They're both out with shoulder injuries, and they'll both be back for the fall. But the group that they have at outside linebacker right now isn't the full strength of that position. And so that cornerback position where they're going to get targeted a lot in pass coverage, I think that's going to make it a little bit more interesting. We have a better idea at the end of that day who might be in position to win that starting cornerback job.
I know you also wrote about Damon Wilson, a lot of hype and a lot of expectations about him being an impact guy early on.
Yeah, and he's a guy who, look, we've seen freshmen come in and play a role on this defense before. Michael Williams was the team in sacks last year. Malachi Stark started 14 games for this team. And he, Wilson is, I think, the shiniest of the three signees they have at that outside linebacker position. And Kirby was asked about him, didn't really hold back, said there's some things that he needs to keep doing better. But I think the encouraging thing is that he praised his coachability and his ability to work hard. And so while, he might not come out and have 2-3 sacks to start the season, I think he's positioning himself to be a guy that as the season goes along and as he continues to develop, puts himself in a position to at least in some role be a player for this team. As we saw, like, Michael Williams get better over the course of the season last year. Bear Alexander is a name that comes to mind. Jalen Walker as well. Guys who maybe weren't finished products or fully ready products at the start of the season, but were guys who continue to get better because of their coachability. And by the end of the season, in games against Ohio State, in games against TCU, were able to make big plays in them.
All right, let's talk about the other news. The new UGA. What is going on? UGA 10 is hanging up his collar? What's going on here?
Yeah, so UGA 10 is retiring. He has been in the job since 2015, took over when he was 2.5. So he's getting up there in age, I think close to 9, 10 years old. Did not make it out to the national championship game in Los Angeles. And they are bringing in a new pup, nicknamed Boom. He is 10 months old, same English Bulldogs. He will be UGA 11. Okay, X, Q, as he's affectionately known, will retire as the winningest Bulldog in program history.
Oh, yeah.
Boone's got some big shoes to fill, and I got to be honest here. I'm certainly superstitious. You win back-to-back national titles with Q. I mean, I don't know if I necessarily want to change that right now and change dogs midstream because, you keep winning with Q. Is Boone going to come in and win year one? I think it's a question to ponder if you're a Georgia football fan who's also insanely superstitious.
But Q didn't make the trip to L.A. last year. Remember, we were freaking out over that? And they still got it done. So, look, the Seiler family, I still understand how they couldn't get that dog on a Gulfstream or something, Carl, or a Learjet and get him out there. But, by the way, we're talking about names of people. Is it Nitro Tuggle? I know he's a three-star guy. We had the name yesterday, but there's some great recruits out there. This really sounds like something from a Key and Peele skit, but they're getting a guy named Nitro coming in to play wide receiver.
Yes, Nitro Tuggle from South Bend, Indiana. He's actually going to transfer to play at IMG Academy for his senior year of high school football, so we're going to get a better idea of how he stacks up against elite competition. But Nitro Tuggle, an all-time all-recruit name that is committed to Georgia on, I guess, Tuesday.
Crazy. Well, they continue to rack them up, and we can't wait to see how the spring game plays out. We'll be talking with you, Connor, next week about it and what we learned and what we saw. Hey, enjoy the weekend and appreciate you as always, and glad you have a new deal in place because we love what you do for us.
Yep, it is always a pleasure to come on and talk with you guys. So thanks so much. Can't wait to talk about G-Day next week.
All right, man. Good stuff. Connor Riley, follow him across all social media platforms. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Clint Capella, when we went on our run a couple of years ago, we had Clint on, and he came on Dukes and Bell, and literally we were talking about fake tough guys, and he was talking about New York at the time, and then he said to us, we're going to do whatever we want. What they going to do about it? And they didn't do anything. And last night, Clint Capella did whatever he wanted. You'll hear what he had to say next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
your mind tuned in. Let's go be world champions.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell coming up. Some guy talk for you in about 20 minutes. Also, the Falcon Report at 5 o'clock. And Dave Arch is going to stop by. It's been a minute since we've had a chance to visit with Arch.
Yeah, see what he thinks of all the free agency moves and potentially what the draft strategy is going to be, as my dad would say.
That's going to happen at 5 o'clock. The Hawks last night, if you had a word to describe the win, right? Scrappy may be one of them.
Energy.
Hustle. Effort. Like these words that – no, we weren't flat. Thank you, Nate. We weren't flat. Well, these words – describe the effort that was given last night. And, Mike, as we talk about this, and we're going to let you hear what Clint Capella had to say as he stopped by the midday show. Rob Tribble was in for Andy. He was with Randy today, and Clint came on for a few minutes. But the thing is, I hope you're not surprised at what you saw from Clint. This is what Clint does at his best. Like, when he's at his best, Mike, this is who he is. He owns the glass. He gives you second chance points. He'll score around the rim. Free throw shooting is free throw shooting. I wish it was better.
He's going to struggle, and sometimes he'll miss some bunnies. But last night, there was just a rhythm, and he would get the board. Next, the pass. There wasn't like he was putting it on the floor doing something. The ball went to somebody who could score immediately. Second chance points were flowing. That one sequence where he's falling out of bounds. We talked about the transition where Bogey gets the jam. There was so many good things happening off of rebounds, and I just think you said what words you're looking for: level of intensity, more hustle. I don't know. They've never looked this good against Miami, put it that way.
No, they certainly haven't. Bam Adebayo, by the way, he got contained.
Yeah.
Right?
He didn't take over the game like we were afraid he would.
Yeah, Adebayo, I didn't think he did the kind of work I thought he would against us. I thought he was going to be one of the reasons why we might not win this game last night.
Jimmy Jackson was kind of on the call last night with Ian Eagle, a little surprised that he didn't take more of a role. They tried to feed him down in the low post and maybe try to get some more guys in foul trouble. But we talked about it. Everything. Trey making great decisions with the ball, getting to the line, not really collapsing on Trey. Jimmy, I guess was Bucket said they didn't really play. He didn't think they played tough enough defense against Trey.
Bam was 3 of 9 shooting through the first 3 quarters. And then 12 points in 41 minutes, Mike. That's not the night they needed from him.
And Jimmy Butler couldn't make high percentage shots he normally throws in.
Yeah, but I think also give us credit to being the reason why some of this stuff was not working for them. Again, it takes the other team to show up, and we showed up last night. Speaking of showing up, Clint Capella monster game, 21 rebounds. And the first thing Rob Tribble and Randy asked Clint was, what's the difference between Quinn Snyder and Nate McMillan?
Just felt like even as soon as he came in, just the way he's committed, the way like he communicates to us. I just felt that we all felt that we had way more in us, way more potential, and that we have the potential to do something special. And I really feel like he helped us with that.
Clint, what was the mindset going down to Miami? It was a team that, you had problems, especially down there in recent memory. What was you guys' mindset from the get-go? Because it just seemed like it was a different type of mindset when the game started.
Yeah, we knew that, it's been a tough team to beat for us, and then we knew that we needed to play hard, and then with emotion. We knew that we really had to bring everything we have for this game. We knew that basketball, from a basketball standpoint, we had to bring intensity. We knew that Miami poked us a lot in the past, and we knew that we had to bring effort and physicality to get this game there.
How did you feel going into the game last night, considering what the past has been against the Heat? It seems like you guys clearly played relaxed and with a lot of purpose. How did you guys feel going into the game before you even knew what the result would be?
That it was going to be a physical game, and that to win over there, this is the first thing that we were going to have to bring physicality, be there on every catch they get, just dominate everywhere we can on the court, because this is how they've been poking us. They've been every time playing hard with intensity, and this is how they've been making the difference. So we knew that last night that was going to be the difference.
Like you brought you over, called you the glass cleaner. Because last night, Clint, it just seemed like every tip ball you were getting, was it something they were doing differently as far as their defensive scheme, trying to maybe go after Trey or something that allowed you to get that, or is it just all effort? Because that's what it looked like to us.
Yeah, no, it was all effort. Like we knew we knew it was going to be a tough game. So even before the game, we weren't overthinking. We knew what we were up against, and then myself, I knew that it was going to be an effort game, and that my mindset was to just trying to go get everything that you can. So that was my mindset.
What part of this matchup against Boston? Of course, those guys are the favorites. What part of the matchup gives you guys confidence as you head into Game 1 on Saturday at 3:30 up there in Boston?
Yeah, no, we know that it's going to be a great team. It's going to be a fight as well, especially going over there at the TD Garden. It's going to be a fight. I can't really talk about matchup right now, but I just know that at the end of the day, it's gonna come down to a fight, and who wants it more.
About the confidence you guys are having your bench. I mean, they were outstanding last night. I mean, just everybody from Jalen to Sadiq, everybody contributed from the bench. Talk about the confidence that your bench went out there last night when you guys were off the floor.
Yeah, every time. I really feel that our bench has been good for the whole year, and they showed up against last night. They were great, playing with confidence, also pounding them on the boards as well. Just keeping our energy up, and that's going to be huge for this next series.
If you are, and I'm talking to our Hawks, mad or upset, if you are ticked off that Jimmy Butler disrespected you guys, whatever it took to get you in the mode that you were in last night, I hope that happens in this Boston series. Mike, if you feel like, hey, we're disappointed with our effort and our performance over the course of the season, whatever it was that sparked us, I hope it happens in the Boston series. That's all I can say. Because we didn't get this all year.
Well, a couple of guys have been hitting us up on the text line. Again, brought to you by Brothers at Solomon Brothers. And you can also hit us up on Twitter. Put them up. C-Dukes, Mike Bell, ATL. But a couple of guys were saying, this is maybe the Quinn Snyder bounce. I mean, we've been waiting for this bounce. I mean, look, they still played some typical bad Nate games like that San Antonio clunker where they blew a 20-point lead. They almost blew a 24-point lead. But this difference this time was the clutch factor kicked in. Trey would make the shot or the right pass, right? DeJounte hits the three. We talk about both. Anytime the Heat would close the gap to 7 or 6 or 8 points, boom, we get it back to 10. And you can't say that about earlier in the year. And the other thing is, something you and I spoke about yesterday, would Jalen Johnson have an impact like he did in this game under Nate McMillan?
No, because he didn't play him like this.
Correct.
No.
The rookies, they thrive under Quinn, and they didn't get a chance to do that under Nate.
Yeah, I would also tell you that, again, I know, we want to say that these things don't matter, but listen, this is why you need a new set of eyes sometimes on the product. Sometimes people come in, right, and we used to have consultants in our business. I don't know how many more of these guys are around, but these guys used to show up, and literally they were outside of the building, set of eyes and ears, and they'd come in and they would – do a critical assessment of your radio station, okay? And they come in and they say, this guy sucks, this guy's great, this is what you need to change. And literally, program directors would listen to these guys, and then they blow up a radio station like a year later because the guy was completely off base.
Yeah, because he heard 1 day or 2 days of radio.
This is a new set of eyes for our Hawks in that Quinn Snyder came in, Mike, with no preconceptions about what Jalen Johnson is. I come in, I'm going to see for myself. This is the beauty of getting new eyes on the situation. So for Jalen and AJ and some of these other guys that we've been talking about, show me. Like, if you guys can play and I can use you, I'm going to do it. And I think that's what we're seeing right now. Nate had this preconceived notion that maybe this guy's not ready. Well, he was just in the G League last year, and I know he practices well, but I don't know how much game time and minutes I'm going to give him. That has been the difference. And I do commend Quinn Snyder for this, Mike, because sometimes you come into these situations and you get the organization saying, well, he's not ready.
Yeah, but that's, again, he's not the only guy. Don't just put it all on Nate, because for a while there, A.J. Griffin wasn't getting the minutes under Quinn because, again, he was evaluating a little bit everybody. But, Mike Woodson used to drive us crazy with this. Lenny Wilkins would drive us crazy. Rookies did not get – it's hard to get off the pine when you got a veteran coach here in Atlanta. But Quinn, I love the fact that Jalen Johnson – again, you were one of the first guys to really get to see what he was all about with the Skyhawks. But his game is rounding out. He's making better decisions. He's maintaining the energy when he's on the floor.
Well, that's the thing, Mike. When I saw him in year one, and remember, here's another guy who was like 19 when he got drafted, okay, young. The athleticism is the thing that showed through. This other stuff that we're getting now, that's just him being developed and coming along and saying, hey, I need you to do this better. And he's listening. And he's adjusting his game to try to come around to where they want him to be. The athleticism is the reason why the Hawks took him so high in the draft. But it's this other stuff that we're seeing now. And I just, again, I consider him right now to be an energy guy. Jalen Johnson is not a guy right now, as much as he's looked good, that I'm dropping the ball down to and I'm getting the bucket late in the game. That's not his role right now, right? Mm-hmm. But he is a guy that can come off the bench, Mike, and give you 10 boards, and all of a sudden on rim runs and all this kind of stuff have 10 or 15 points before you know it.
But he had 3 steals last night. That's another thing. We turned over the turnovers. We talked about it. Just, last couple of, when we get smoked by the Heat, it's 16, it's 18. I talked about that yesterday. 19 turnovers. They only turned it over 12 times. They played great basketball. Again, there was just an energy and an intensity. And Trey talked about it. Like, they all heard the stuff that Jimmy Butler said. I love Trey, by the way, wearing the sunglasses. He's looking pretty cool. Ice Trey after the game. Talked about it with the guys. Charles Barkley dogging him out. Everybody on Miami. And sometimes, I guess we talk about it from high school to college to the pros. Sometimes the no respect thing does actually fly. And if that, like you said to start this segment, if that's what they were eating or fueling up on, great. Get some more of it, because the national media is going to say the same thing about Boston.
Yes, they are. By the way, Hawks, you have no chance. Let me go ahead and start it now. Boston's supposed to sweep us. Okay?
Your cousin from Boston.
Yeah, that's going to be what you're going to hear over the next few weeks as we get into this series. By the way, game 1 is Saturday, 3 o'clock, 3:30 tip, on the road for the first 2. And then we'll come back home and we'll play Friday, Sunday the following week. So these games are a little spaced out. Mike, what do we got coming up in Guy Talk?
Proof that people in Philadelphia are just filthy animals, Carl. What happened in the stands? I'll tell you about that at the Phillies game. Plus, a Florida man throws wings at his wife. Stay tuned.
time for fun. It's time for guy talk.
Never mind.
It's time for shenanigans.
You're damn right it is. Hey, man, tomorrow, you want to see beautiful women in bikinis that want to meet you? Join Dukes and Bell. We're going to be at Hooters in Douglasville. We're going to pick Miss Metro Atlanta to go to the championship out in Vegas.
Well, you know we're going to pick a winner.
That's right. We'll be judging.
We're going to pick a winner.
Yes. Back in the old days when you could appreciate a beautiful woman for being beautiful, we harken back to those old days as we travel back in time to Douglasville, Carl, on tomorrow night. We'll be live 2 to 7. Turtle, by the way, because he's a city kid who's always run up in the city, Daddy is not driving you out there tomorrow, so how are you going to get out there? You going to hitchhike? What are you doing?
I have to get an Uber.
All right. So some lucky Uber driver will be making $115 off of Turtle round trip. Maybe stick around. Hey, man, enjoy the shenanigans. No, man, just talking to Bruce, our buddy from Hooters, is going to be a great crowd. And again, I believe they're going to have a big tent out there. But either way, we're going to be at Hooters for the bikini contest. Something I used to do back in the day with Southside Steve and our good buddies for years. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Hey, man, speaking of fun, there's nothing like dollar hot dog nights. Now, we are spoiled here in Atlanta because Arthur Blank has always been great about the concessions. Now, I know we can argue about the PSLs, but he's made it up for with relatively inexpensive concessions. Well, Philly fans go bananas and toss garbage at each other in a wild scene on Dollar Hot Dog Night. Did you see the video from this?
No.
Well, again, as we all know, Philadelphia fans are the worst in the planet, and they had Dollar Hot Dog Nights, and then the Phillies were struggling. It was an ugly game, and as they started to lose, the fans got restless, and next thing you know, they're hurling wieners and wrappers all at each other and all over the place. So this is what happens when you let the animals up there have Dollar Hot Dogs. They're gonna abuse the privilege.
Dollar hot dogs are good, though. What's $2 though, Mercedes-Benz, right?
Right.
$2.
$2. Get yourself a KM hot dog.
They're pretty good, actually. Yeah, depending on how many beers I've had, Mike, it's pretty good.
It is pretty funny because, every time, but last time I had one of those, I was at the United match, and my wife's going back to get beers, and so I yell over my shoulder, and grab me a tube steak. And literally, you got a bunch of people looking very confused about all that. Speaking of concessions, I said this to you, I believe, on Monday's program, so I guess I was a little bit prophetic. I said, as baseball speeds up, Major League Baseball teams lose money on concessions.
Yes, they do.
And on average now of almost 32 minutes worth of people buying hot dogs, brewskis. Well, listen to this. Already a couple of teams, the Diamondbacks, Texas Rangers, Minnesota Twins, and of course, happily the Brewers, said they're going to extend alcohol sales now through the 8th inning. Most Major League Baseball does not let you have a brew after 7.
Yeah, so they're going to extend it because they want more revenue.
Correctamundo.
And knowing that people will purchase the brew if those places are open in the stadium. Mike, it's a smart idea. I think next year they're going to adjust this clock. I think they're going to give me additional 15 seconds. You say it doesn't mean anything. I think they want these games to be around 3, not 2:30.
Right. Now, again, back when it was about 2, this is what I was joking around with Carl earlier. For you really younger people out there, there was double headers where you actually stuck around the entire afternoon. Both games would be about to Carl's point, 2.5 hours, 2:45. So you'd watch 2 baseball games. That when I was a kid at Shea Stadium, they'd have banner day. You'd make a sign, you get to walk on the field with your banner, and the players would judge the banners and stuff. Imagine doing that. But it was. I know they used to do that in Fulton County, but it was really cool. You get 2 for the price of 1, which, needless to say, baseball owners, they shy away from that practice.
Yeah, they do. They do. They want as much revenue as they can possibly get.
Well, speaking of estimated time of arrival for your baseball game, one thing for certain, whether it's you and me, Carl, playing golf, guys out there, or watching on TV, nobody wants to be stuck behind a slow group.
No.
Especially if you're playing the biggest tournament of your life and you feel that you play with a rhythm which is now being upset by the chucklehead in front of you.
Speed it up, Victor.
In this case, Patrick Cantlay. Cantlay's getting the heat. He was getting killed by John Rahm and Brooks Koepka, who said, look, they had pictures of these guys hanging out with their caddies sitting on the bench.
Yep.
At times, they were literally waiting for 15 minutes to tee off. And CBS, because they've got other golfers out on the course, can show you other stuff. But in case you're wondering why, sometimes it seemed like you went away for 15 minutes, because Patrick Cantlay plays slow as molasses. 4 hours and 45-minute round. We waited all day on pretty much every shot. We waited in 15 fairway, waited in 18 fairway. I got to tell you, man, the first hole in the group in front of us on the second tee, we walked up to the second tee. And this is Cantlay saying, don't blame me. The guys in front of us were slow. But then the viral video came out of his playing partner, and it's pretty funny. Victor Hovland is on the green at 13 at Imagn corner, the par 5, and who's like literally a football field away, just walking up to the green, Patrick Cantlay.
Yeah, listen, you should be at your ball, addressing your ball, getting ready to – when your partner's hitting, you should be ready to go. Right. And listen, this wasn't just John Rahm. This was really about Brooksy. Brooksy was like, dude, John went to the bathroom 7 times.
Right.
And we still – were right on these guys. Like, it took forever. So he says it didn't affect his round, Mike. He's not going to make that excuse, but I do think that it had a role in it.
Yeah, I mean, Brooks, look, I've talked about this, what little game of golf I do have, whether we're playing with, for money or playing just with friends. I got to have a rhythm. I want to be able to hit the ball, get up to the next tee, hit the ball, keep moving. And I know that's not the case of the Masters. Cantlay explained the wind, the conditions, the greens, and apparently a lot of folks in the PGA Tour, certainly on Twitter, nobody had sympathy. He's known as one of the slowest players on tour. Shane Lowry is also known, the big Irishman, is one of the slower players. And a number of people, and I noticed this, and I was texting you about it, the amateur that was in the contention before he folded, Sam Bennett was taking forever over his ball as well.
Yeah, and listen, I think that as the tournament was going on, he realized every shot was big, a little bit more nerves. Right. It's your first time. I get his situation. These other guys have been at it, Mike. These other guys, Victor Hovland, Cantlay, these guys are Hovland. These guys have done it. I don't understand this.
Hurry up and hit. By the way, speaking of the Masters, again, John Rahm, respectfully, not too many questions about LIV because the media want to turn that into a major thing. But afterwards, talking to the media, saying this is earlier this week, without LIV Golf, this wouldn't have happened. Talking about all the purse money coming up for the PGA Tour. He says, and I like the fact that he talked about it. To an extent, we should be thankful this threat has made the PGA Tour want to change things. I wish it didn't come to the PGA Tour being under fire from somebody else to make those changes and make things better for the players, but I guess it's what we needed. So, yeah, it's because of LIV Golf. He doesn't shy away from it, tells everybody what they already know. Good for you, John Rahm.
Nobody's watching LIV.
But they did help you get more loot. They put a gun to your head.
They did. Listen, it's the right play. It's unfortunate it played out this way for the PGA to step up. But it shouldn't have taken this for the PGA to step up. PGA should have wanted to pay the best golfers in the world all the money, Mike, that they needed to make sure that the tour was never going to be threatened. And now it is, and we're seeing it. I mean, so, yeah, man, I hate it because, again, nobody's watching LIV. I'm not, but at the end of the day, it's taken away from these other tournaments.
I got time for one more? I got a minute? Okay. Real quick. A Florida man, Carl, just south of the Villages, that retirement community, which is just south of Ocala off 75. Police sent to the house because his wife alleged he threw chicken wings at her as the couple quarreled over his suspected lover, according to a police report.
Okay, you never throw chicken wings.
What I said.
Don't throw the chicken wings.
Domestic disturbance in Wildwood began Sunday night when Robert Francis Audette, 39, and his wife began to argue about him having an apparent lover. Apparently, whatever place they went to get the wings that he boxed up and took home, there was a woman at the bar that the wife recognized as someone he used to date and that accused him of perhaps rekindling the flame.
Well, it is the Villages.
The defendant claimed to police that the couple came home when the woman got jealous of another woman he no longer talks to. I don't talk to her anymore. That's what he tells county law. He said that he asked the alleged victim for money so he could go back out with friends. So your wife sees you eyeing an ex-girlfriend, then you have the balls to then say, hey, can I borrow $20 to go back to the wing joint? Nice plan, Sparky.
That's great.
So he told police he never threatened her, and if he threw wings at her and hit her, it was by mistake. So there you go.
Eat your wings first, then we'll argue.
Right. There is your guy talk. And again, we will not be throwing wings, but we'll be throwing, well, probably awkward stares at the Hooters Bikini Contest coming up Thursday night. We'll be out there in Douglasville. Come join Dukes and Bell.
Coming up, Dave Archer's going to join us, guys. What does he think about the moves so far? He's the analyst for our Atlanta Falcons. You hear him right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. And what does he think we might do in the draft? Stay right there. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and Odyssey.com.
It's 5 o'clock.
It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report is brought to you by Jack Daniels. Make it count. Jack Daniels, please drink responsibly. And sponsored by MD Anderson Cancer Center on Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man, what about those Atlanta Hawks last night? Hi-yo. The country's talking about what happened. I'll tell you what happened. The Heat was sleeping on us. They thought it might be easier than what they expected. We came out and played a hell of a game, and we're moving on. We'll take on the Celtics starting on Saturday. More on that coming up in 20 minutes. Let's spend some time with the analyst for our Atlanta Falcons, Dave Archer, joining us on the waitfor.com hotline. And Arch, man, it's been a crazy offseason so far. Now, we got the draft coming up at the end of the month. Obviously, on Thursday, that first round on the 27th. Friday, Mike and I will be up at the headquarters and hopefully talking to our first-round pick. But tell me what you think about what Terry Fontenot has done so far this offseason.
Well, he's done exactly what he said he was going to do, Carl. You go back to his end-of-the-year press conference. He said we're going to attack every level of this team, and he's done that. Defensive line, linebacker, defensive backs. You look on the offensive side, offensive line, along the wide receiver core, probably the only place he hadn't touched really has been the running back position. Is that a tell that Bijan Robinson is the pick at 8? I have no idea. But he did exactly what he said he was going to do. And when you look at this roster now, this roster is so much deeper with talent than they were just 2 months ago, 3 months ago. If you have an injury at defensive back, can you imagine plugging in a guy that's a former number 1 draft pick? Let's say Casey Hayward is the starter. He goes down and Jeff Okudah comes in off the bench. Or Mike Hughes comes off. It's unbelievable how much he's adjusted the depth of the team. It's really exciting.
Arch, we said you haven't had this depth on defense since 2017. I talked about Claiborne back in the day or Babineau. You just haven't had these kind of bodies on both defensive line and corner. What move of all the moves in free agency do you like the most?
Well, I don't know that there's one that sticks out any more than another one. Really, Mike, I think that Jesse Bates was a guy that comes in at the safety spot that's made plays in the league. He's been an All-Pro in the league. He's a young dude. He's only 26 years old. You like the guys that you're bringing in on 1-year deals that are guys that were highly thought of. That whatever reason Jeff Okudah couldn't stay healthy in Detroit his first 2 years. Played 15 games last year. Now he's got an opportunity to reboot the system as he come in and find what everybody was looking at that made him 3rd overall as a corner for the Detroit Lions. I think that the Onyemata ad in the middle, he's a tough, rough dude that you plug in. Calais Campbell, big guy. I mean, it's hard to pick one guy, to me, that would stick out over another. I think it's the group that he's been able to put together, and I've been really satisfied as a fan, but just marvel at some of the names of the players he's been able to bring in.
Arch, let's talk O-line for a second. It's Dave Archer, analyst for our Atlanta Falcons. It's our Falcon Report, guys. Coming up in less than 10 minutes, we'll talk more about the Hawks' win last night as we move on in the NBA playoffs. Arch, what about you? We retained our own, right? We took care of Lindstrom long-term. You bring back Caleb McGarry. Are you still concerned about the O-line? And if you are, why? Because I know this is still something that Falcon fans are talking about, even though the Falcons kind of took care of their own with this situation.
No, I think they should be. We're talking about 2 guys that were number 1 picks a few years ago, and so you get those guys back. And Caleb McGarry had a really good year. He had a year that you'd hoped he'd had maybe a couple years before, but in all honesty, he had his first off season of his career where he didn't have something physical going on.
So you feel this guy? Go ahead, Arch. You dropped for a second. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So I just think that you had to secure those 2 guys because they played well, Lindstrom and McGarry. I think you still are concerned potentially about what the interior of the offensive line looks like, maybe at that left guard position. There's some really good ones in the draft that potentially could be there in round 2. I think that Skoronski, if you were to take him at 8, he's a guy that's going to kick inside. The big kid from Northwestern, he doesn't have long enough arms to play tackle. They'll cook him inside, and he'd potentially be a dominant left tackle. So did he free them? Did what they did in the offseason with securing some of his talent in free agency, that freed them up to where they could attack the offensive line. Certainly, I think if there's one team that the cards are hidden on, it'd be the Falcons because of what they did in the offseason. You have no idea what they're going to do with the 8th pick.
As they said in Top Gun, Carl and Arch, he's a wild card, totally unpredictable. See what we're going to do. Dave Archer's with us here, flies by the seat of his pants. Yeah, and by the way, what about trading down? I know that's something we historically have not done as a franchise because some people don't have some of the linemen as valued as high. Does that? And would you be interested in getting more stuff and then using that for more picks?
Well, certainly, Mike. I think it's a possibility if you get to where you feel like if you're looking at edge. And the edge players that are being projected, obviously Will Anderson is going to go, I would assume, in the top 4 picks of the draft. I think Tyree Wilson is another guy I paid a lot of attention to at Texas Tech doing some Big 12 stuff. He's a dynamic player on the edge. It's a problem at 6'6" with a 7'2" wingspan. Can you imagine trying to throw around that guy, let alone being able to block the dude? So those are the top 2 guys. And then it's kind of a mixed bag as to what you think. Is Miles Murphy a top 10 pick? I've seen some where they don't feel like that. So could you move back in the draft, get another second-round pick, maybe grab a first-round pick for next year, an additional one, and still pick up an edge player? Because the edge class and the corner class are the 2 deepest classes in the draft. And I think you can get guys that are effective, whether it's Will McDonald or Felix Onyedika-Azuma from Kansas State or whoever in the second round that I think could come in and compete to play a lot for Atlanta at the edge.
All right, Arch. I mean, listen, you said it. We've addressed a lot of things in this free agent period. Where is our strength right now when you look at this before the draft? Because it may change after the draft. Where's the strength of this football team as you look at it right now, just from a personnel standpoint?
Yeah, the crazy part about it, Carl, is I think you have to point to the secondary. I don't think that you could, I think that would be the first place it steps up. I like the running back room. I think Tyler Algier is poised to be a big-time running back. Now, that doesn't preclude you from drafting Bijan Robinson, who we just talked about, who I think is if you were going to take the top 3 players in the draft, Bijan Robinson is probably in the conversation, the Texas running back.
Right.
So Will McDonald, Jalen Carter, Bijan Robinson, maybe Christian Gonzalez, the top 3 players from a player perspective standpoint. You might have a shot at 2 of those guys, Gonzalez or Robinson, if you decide to go that route. I don't think they're going to take the running back, but I wouldn't blame them. I mean, if you put this guy on tape, dude can play now.
And this dude could spin it. Dave Archer joins us here, guys, on the waitfor.com hotline. We're getting closer and closer to the draft. Just because, Arch, they did do the interviews with these guys, because obviously you want to maybe create this sense of urgency to maybe get a trading partner. Is there any chance, after all the demonstrative things they said about Ritter, they would ever go quarterback?
Yeah, I don't think you can rule anything out, Mike. As you just said, they've talked to all of them. Now, some of that has to do with they want to get an idea of the makeup of the player, because at some point you may see these guys as an opposition, the opposing quarterback. So to have an idea what the guy's made of, what are some of the things that you took from those meetings, no question. But, yeah, you're sitting there at 8, and all of a sudden the guy that you thought was the best one of the bunch falls in your lap. I don't think that it's out of the realm of possibility, because there you go. I mean, that's kind of what Terry's done. Give Terry and Arthur credit. I don't think anybody in the league knows what Atlanta's going to do.
Arch, as we look at our division, before this offseason started, everybody was talking about, the Saints and even Carolina, who we don't know who their quarterback's going to be. Haven't we moved up in the pecking order just with what we've done in this free agent period as maybe being the team to beat without even seeing what we're going to do, draft weekend?
I think it's certainly you're a better team now, like I said, than you were 3 months ago. You were 7-10 and 1 game away from winning the division. Now, if that doesn't move you up with Tom Brady retiring, I don't know what does. I think Derek Carr is a good acquisition for the Saints. I think he's a good player. I think that they've got a talented core around him. They play defense there, so I think he's got a good group of guys around him. I have no idea what Baker Mayfield's going to be. No clue. But he does have a talented group of guys that he's going to play with. I think it's wide open in the NFC South, and Atlanta's squarely in the middle winning his division.
Dave Archer's with us. He and Wes Drew Ham, who's your Falcons call all season long. What about the gap, if you believe there is such a gap between Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud? Just break down the quarterbacks because we spent a lot of time. Is somebody going to fall in love with Anthony Richardson in the top 5?
Well, somebody will fall in love with him, Mike. It only takes one, right?
Right.
Another Florida quarterback told us that story back when he went to Denver. So, and I think everybody can figure out who I'm talking about there. I'm not comparing Anthony Richardson to Tim Tebow, but it's
you just did
a similar story. Yeah. The two quarterbacks at the top, Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud. Stroud, outstanding player with all his size. He proved himself to me. He did not have a signature game until the Georgia game. And I thought he played at the higher level that I'd seen him play all year against the team that it's as good as it gets in college football on the defensive side of the ball. I thought that was a proving point. Is one game enough for you to feel good about C.J. Stroud with the history of the Ohio State quarterbacks? I'll tell you what, the dude from Alabama is a savant. The guy, if he were 6'3", 210 pounds, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. This would be a hands-down Peyton Manning type selection. The guy understands the game off the charts. How do you manipulate defenders? How to throw guys open? How to move in the pocket? Understanding pre-snap what's going on. I'm telling you, if he wasn't 5'10", I mean, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. He's by far, from a quarterback perspective, by far the best quarterback in the draft.
Yeah, I don't even think it's close. I mean, Arch, I'm watching this Peyton Manning thing. Have you seen? I don't know if you've seen this with Peyton and Eli, and it's with their dad, and basically it's all the guys that have gone to their camps over the years. And then now they basically, they show how they were in contact with these guys. And Bryce is, I think, one of the first episodes. And it's just their conversations with him, his approach, his attitude. It's amazing. And I'm with you. Listen, I think if Carolina doesn't take him, they're foolish. If he's not the first guy off the board. It's Dave Archer, guys. He's the analyst for our Atlanta Falcons as we talk Falcon football with you. Dave, we look forward to hearing what you have to say. Draft night Thursday, the 27th. Mike Conti, Wes Durham, and yourself all over at Atlantic Station for that first round. It's always fun. The anticipation, the energy, because as you said, Falcon fans just want to see where this thing's going to go, and it can only get better. So great job as always. Good talking with you, Dave.
Yeah, great to talk to you, Carl. I'm surprised you let Mike come on with all the hubbub he caused at Dollar Hot Dog Night. I'm a little surprised.
Hey, man, by the way, I've always thought, why can't you put the tube steaks in the T-shirt gun? To me, they do that in Milwaukee, Arch. I mean, that's a lot of fun right there.
Great goal.
Yeah, big wiener coming at you at 100 miles an hour.
How did you enjoy Chestnut get out of the building?
Arch, man, take care. We'll talk soon, brother.
See you, boys.
All right, man. Dave Archer, great info, good stuff, and he's right. Nothing's off the board.
Yeah, we're the wild card. I mean, we talked about this with the listeners yesterday on the text line on Twitter. I think you look at try to handicap what we can do, and especially when you throw in the big name defenders. If everybody goes quarterback, this is going to be real. I think for Falcon fans, you're excited because now the cornerback isn't maybe the default setting, right?
No,
at 8.
No, I don't think you can say that. Hey, coming up, what did Quinn Snyder say about last night's win? What did Trey Young have to say? You'll hear it coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
What is the greatest gift a man could receive?
Well, speak for yourself.
Well, Carl, you read my mind.
I only get that once a year.
Yeah.
I only get that once a year.
Speak for yourself.
New Year's Eve.
As we know.
That's all I get.
As we know.
Everything else is rather perfunctory.
Jimmy Garoppolo is heading to Las Vegas.
Yes.
And according to TMZ, he has received an offer from not one, but 2 members of the famous Chicken Ranch brothel.
Ooh.
For sex for life.
He doesn't need that. Guy can walk any bar in America. Women throw themselves at him. They already have in San Francisco.
Well, Caitlin Bell and Alice Little quoted that the hunk coming to Las Vegas can receive free sex for life by them at their brothel.
Okay.
If he so chooses.
Wow.
So, yeah, man, man.
So, basically, he just walks in and it's on. There's nothing. There's no payment. There's no, I need your credit card.
But again, he doesn't need any of that. He gets
Mike, let me live vicariously. Be quiet for a second. Let me live vicariously. Go ahead. So, what is this? You just walk in and what happens?
He walks in and the 2 ladies will greet him separate or together.
Oh.
At the timing.
Well, now, Mike, he might not be getting that everywhere.
In place of his choosing.
I mean, I got to be honest. I watched The Cat House when it was on HBO.
Yeah.
Not a fan. You could, honestly, I think you put the work in at a bar, Carl, as opposed to the freebies you get over
But
there.
the 2023 version with OnlyFans and things of the like, I will say the ladies have stepped their game up.
Okay.
Because as Mike said, 20, 30 years ago, when the internet wasn't around, things weren't as available as they are today.
Well, we don't have to go that far back. I mean, we can go back to 2003. I mean, seriously, like everybody thinks the internet has been here forever. My kids, they don't know what it is to be without the internet. So, yes, you're right. What's your question? Are you asking us if we would partake?
Yeah, if you were Jimmy G, would you take that deal?
Not if I was Jimmy G. If I was Mike Bell, maybe, but as Jimmy G, no, because Jimmy G can basically walk into any bar, any casino in Las Vegas, and just say, "Hey, I'm Jim Garoppolo. How you doing?"
Do we know if Jimmy's got game like that, though?
He was dating a porn star in San Francisco.
A couple years ago, they were
so he likes porn stars. Mikey likes chicken ranch chicks.
He likes dirty girls.
So maybe this is his thing.
But Las Vegas is a city filled with dirty girls. You have to drive 50 miles out in the desert. I got to be honest with you. There's better options at the bar at Mandalay Bay, if we're honest.
You've got a helicopter there.
Well, these are professionals now. They might be able to provide something that he's looking for that he can't get elsewhere.
You know what, Chris? I like the way you think.
No, not Jimmy. I say no man because he's Jimmy G. He doesn't need that. He can find it anywhere else.
I love how Mike could just turn his nose up at this offer. It's impressive.
Well, I'm not doing that. Listen, we thought that about Deshaun Watson, and look what happened.
Well, again, you could have just called an escort service and saved everybody and him a lot of money and aggravation.
He liked the back rubs, Mike.
I don't know if the back.
I can't do the motion. We're on TV. Sorry, I was going to simulate the massage experience.
Whispers.
We're
Do you
on
have a dump?
television.
Whispers. Do you have a dump button back there?
Wait a minute. What are you saying? He didn't like the back rub. He liked the other rub.
Well, yeah, where he like.
But my point
A little
is,
bit lower.
he's an NFL quarterback too. This is the conversation Mike and I had. But for whatever reason, he didn't have the confidence to do whatever it is he should have been doing.
Sometimes, like for instance, Eugene Robinson, Super Bowl Eve in Miami. Dan Reeves had the families at the hotel, which Eugene had his routine. One could argue that involved that. So he had to go take it to the streets as opposed to being able to bring it back to the hotel, which got him in all that trouble because obviously he was an undercover police officer. So some guys, again, you think the guy's got the world by the short and curlies, but he does need that gratification.
That?
Well, I thought
you have to use that?
It was apropos based on the conversation.
Short and curlies? I'm going to say yeah, man, just because. Here's the deal. At some point, he'll probably be married. He'll have beautiful children and an unbelievable family. Like Tom Brady. It took forever, right? I mean, Brady finally, and now we know where that's at. But the point is, at this point in his life, he may never have an opportunity like this. I'm going to say yeah, man.
But you remember that video? We talked about it in Guy Talk about 3 or 4 months ago. He was sitting courtside with George Kittle at a Warriors game.
Yes.
And the entire Warriors cheerleader squad came over to specifically talk to Jimmy Garoppolo and, oh, hi, Kittle. And they moved on down.
He does look like a model. No, he does.
Christian McCaffrey would get like a high, but, I mean, they were locked into Jimmy G. So I just don't think – I think it's beneath him, honestly.
Christian McCaffrey's dating Olivia Culpo. I think he's just fine.
Oh, yeah. He's got one. I think dating or going to the chicken ranch is beneath him.
Yes. Again, I've never understood a friend of mine, not me personally, but if you've been to Las Vegas,
whatever.
We'll call this guy
a friend of yours. Who's his friend?
We'll call him Tony the Mailman. But anyway, you don't need to go out to that place when you consider what you can find at any hotel on the Strip. If we're honest,
we'll call him Bike Mel.
Yeah, I love it. A friend went out there.
We'll call him Frankie.
It is a haul. That show that Mike's talking about. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Connor Riley on the way. That show Mike's talking about was on HBO for a couple of years, and it was specifically about how guys go out there, and it gave you the inside scoop on what goes on, if you didn't know. But I've never been out there like that.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foyd Associates Personal Injury Law.
Oh, let's talk about our Hawks because we have to. The Hawks beat the Heat last night. I was a poet, didn't even know it. 116-105. We grabbed the number 7 seed, guys, and now it's on to the Celtics. But, Mike, let's talk about what happened last night because if you're just joining us, here's the deal. And if you were one of these folks last night and you're like, oh, we're not going to win, and you didn't watch or you didn't pay attention, the bench was crazy last night. Saddiq Bey, Bogey, Onyeka, JJ, that's Jalen Johnson, 53 points off the bench, Mike. But what else did we do in this game? Control the glass.
Yes, and we talked about hustle and defense. If you feel that rebounding is part of the defensive profile, I mean, you played with an intensity that was rarely seen this year. I mean, we've talked about blown leads. How many times last night did you feel, oh, this is it? We've blown it. 24-point lead is all the way down to 6 or 7. Anytime the Heat got on a run, boom, DeJounte from the corner. Trey gets to the line. All the things that would stop the bleeding. All the things which, again, Carl equate to clutch. So, again, you got the glass, you got clutch, Trey making great decisions. The only thing that didn't happen was Trey couldn't hit a 3 last night, but it didn't matter because he was doing everything else. And, DeAndre was DeAndre. But everybody else responded. Clint Capella was he was like Pac-Man grabbing rebounds.
He really was. And Trae Young was talking about the difference from last year when we lost to this team in a series, the first round series, why we were so different last night.
We were just more the more physical team tonight, and that was a big emphasis tonight, just being more physical, and I think that's the main thing. We were just more physical, played faster, didn't let them really set up on defense and get on half court. We were playing more in attack mode and transition, and it helped.
How many times have we heard that this year, though?
And we've never seen the Heat on their heels against the Hawks.
You're right.
I mean, let's be honest. Even in the game we won last year in the playoffs, I mean, you had a couple of big threes drop. The Hawks were dictating the tempo. Mm-hmm. And Jimmy Buckets, I guess they felt that they're the Globetrotters and we're the Washington Generals, and we're just going to roll over and fold. And Jimmy Butler was missing. He was missing shots, high percentage shots. He doesn't make. You already talked about Bam Adebayo wasn't taking enough or making enough. Hey man, we were the better team. We were the team playing, as Quinn Snyder says, to everyone's individual, to their best. Everyone playing to their best. I've done that all season.
Why was this win important? This is what Trae Young said to that.
I mean, it's important just because, it's another win. It's another win. We needed this to go into the playoffs. And, we didn't want to necessarily play on Friday. So it was good that we were able to get a game and be in that 7-8 game rather than 9-10 like we were last year and handle business in the first game. And now we're back in the playoffs.
And that's what matters. I know it's been a hard year. It has. For them, for us. But now we can refocus and see how far this team can go. And for Quinn Snyder, by the way, who now is, 23 games in or whatever it is, guys, here's what he said in regards to what this is about him for this year with this team and where he's at.
This is about us right now today. And I think guys have worked and tried and committed to, doing some things, whether it be defensively or running or all those, those things that you try to emphasize that, I want to catch ourselves and say it's one game. And I think, you got to do it for a while and you got to do it consistently until it becomes who you are. But I'm really proud of our team and the way we played tonight.
Yeah, man, we talked about, Trey in the postgame. There was the comments I saw on TNT where he was talking about, they heard what Jimmy Butler said, that basically they were going to take us out, and that they played at their best. They hadn't played much of their best this year. That's why they're in the play-in game at number 7. But, yeah, they fed off some of that. And if you feed off that kind of disrespect, well, get ready for spoonfuls of disrespect from the national media over this Boston matchup because no one's going to give us a shot against the Celtics.
Nobody is. And Quinn Snyder was asked about Boston. By the way, this is not going to be easy, right? They've been one of the best teams in the NBA all year. That's not a fluke. They got one of, if not the best players in the league in Jason Tatum. So this is going to be a challenge. Here's what Quinn Snyder said about it.
I think their versatility defensively, is unique also. Some of the different lineups they can put on. I don't know who the defensive player of the year will be this year, but I know Marcus Smart. I have tons of respect for him. I just think he's one of those guys that is a heartbeat. And they're just really good. And
They're just really good.
They got depth. They play great defense. Talked to Damon Sotomayor when we were out in the Final Four. He talked about all the things that they do, and he talked about Marcus Smart, but Tatum sets the tone for that team as well. It's a really good team. They're a team. A few missed games or injuries here and there, a couple of shots, either them and Milwaukee and them, it's like 1A, 1B.
No,
right?
it is, Mike. And a lot of people think that's what ultimately is going to happen when it gets to the Eastern Conference Finals. But I think Philly has a say in that. We now have a say in that. You're in the playoffs. Everybody, you got a shot to see what happens. There are a couple of games tonight we'll mention, but I do want you to hear Jimmy Butler talking about what he thought went wrong for the Heat last night. You heard Trey just say, we were the more physical team. Butler thought the same thing.
I don't think we were as physical as we were supposed to be in making his decisions very hard. I mean, he's a hell of a player. He makes all the right reads. Obviously, he's a big-time shot maker, and he even got 8 rebounds. So I don't think we took too much away from them tonight. They got to the paint, they made threes, they offensive rebound, got to the free throw line. It just was an overall bad game.
There was a point in last night's game, Udonis Haslem, who's been there forever.
Oh, he's getting hot.
He's in the huddle fussing at these guys. Now, Haslem back in the day would be a guy that Spoelstra just put in the game to get them going, and he can't do it anymore. This is his last season, and however it goes, he's going to retire. But, Mike, last year they had a guy named P.J. Tucker, and he would set the tone. Tucker's now with the 76ers. My point is,
Tucker was the one who got the foul on DeAndre in
correct.
Game 5. There was 6 fouls.
You need guys that have that kind of energy. Butler's talking about it. Udonis Haslem was talking about it in the huddle, but nobody was doing it. And meanwhile, we were doing what we wanted to do. So last night was a game for me that we imposed our will. We haven't done that a whole lot this season. We imposed our will on those guys.
And hey, man, I come to praise Trey because that's all you can say is great things about last night. I said only shortcoming would have been some of the three-point shooting, but he knew that and he was making great decisions. Trey got into it with Jamel McMillan, Nate's son, who's still on the coaching staff. That was always going to be one of those awkward deals with Quinn Snyder coming in, not being able to put his own staff together. Could be obviously tremendous. You could argue turnover in the offseason with the staff.
Oh, yeah.
And people are hitting me up on Twitter. What do you think about that? I go, I don't give a... I mean, look, with all due respect, I mean, Jamel McMillan, I don't know what you are or where you are. I just know that Trey is doing his thing. He was fired up, and who cares? I mean, that's the thing. Trey had an energy. The whole team, you saw it. It was palpable. Jimmy Jackson talked about it. I mean, the best part of the whole thing was watching Shaq and Charles Barkley going after it because Shaq has always had the Hawks back. And, of course, Barkley just kept saying, and let's be honest, even after the game, Barkley wouldn't give the Hawks their due.
No. And they had this exchange last night where Shaq is like, aha! And Charles is like, I bet anything you want. They were going back and forth because, again, I think the perception around the country was just that, Mike. We were going to step into a situation, we weren't going to show up, or we were going to blow a lead or not get it done, and we didn't do any of those things. So it's on to the Celtics. They have beaten us 3 times this season. They own the season series. But, again, that means nothing. Trey has owned the Celtics, by the way, from a statistical standpoint, 31 points, 11 assists on the year when he's faced the Celtics. This is what Mike was talking about.
Yeah, they're going to beat the Hawks. Come on, the Hawks stink. Bet it, whatever you want to.
And then the comment was made, $1 billion.
Yeah, so if you didn't see Shaq talking to Trey and doing the Hawk noise, that was great, man. And again, Barkley, we love Charles. We had him on the show a bunch last year and the year before, but come on, give the Hawks some credit. They had an effect on what Miami wasn't doing. It wasn't like Miami just completely gacked it. Miami was at home.
Yeah.
You went into their house, including that crazy woman in the green dress sitting courtside. You went into their house and got the big win. So great to see. Only thing we have to bellyache about this was something we're kind of used to. So it was almost like a tree falling in the forest, and that would be DeAndre Hunter's lack of production, foul trouble, and 0 impact.
I'm done. I tried to tell y'all. You weren't listening. I told you guys this. And he shows up with 6 points last night in a playoff game, in a game where I put it out there and said, I think he's going to be the key tonight. And he didn't even do anything. So I'm done. Whatever we do through the rest of the course of this postseason, I have no expectations whatsoever on a guy that was 4th overall pick and supposed to be a lot better than what he is. He should be playing a lot better than he is. And if he's injured, well, I'm sorry, because that's kind of where we've been. He's been injured. So if he's injured, then he shouldn't be playing. But if he's not injured, Mike, he's just a guy.
I want more Jalen Johnson, and we talked about could Sadiq Bey and Jalen Johnson be some of the X factors. We already talked about how the bench outscored, they out-rebounded, but everybody working. I mean, like I said, it was, as a Hawks fan, the only thing which got you a little bit heart in your throat was watching them whittle down that 24-point lead in the second quarter, but they always sustained it.
Yeah. Bulls, Raptors tonight, and then Thunder, Pelicans. Those are the other play-in games.
Zion not feeling, mentally right.
What is that, by the way?
Dude, you're like Ben Simmons, but when you do play, you actually score.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about the whole Zion thing.
Oh, and LeBron, great job last night going to overtime.
Oh, man. Listen, Lakers, I don't know how far they're going to go. A lot of people felt like the T-Wolves gave that game up, but they didn't have a couple of their players, Mike, on the floor. Game goes to OT. Lakers pull it out, so the Lakers are the 7th seed in the West. They will get Memphis. All right, coming up, Grant McCauley. We found another way to win last night. What's Strider going to do tonight? We'll talk about it next as we go around the yard on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
on the yard with your 2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Oh, we just find ways to keep winning. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9, The Game. Braves 8-4 atop of the NL East. The Mets are 7-6, by the way. It's early, but they're already a game and a half back.
Finish him!
Let's talk to our man, Grant McCauley. Grant, last night I want to start with Kyle Wright. What happened?
Yeah, just not efficient, I think, was probably the biggest thing for him. But I looked at velocity. I liked that. I just hated that it just felt like that third inning went sideways on him. He was throwing a lot of pitches. He was not executing well. He hit a batter. He was issuing some walks. I mean, all of those things just kind of added up. Even against an offense like the Reds, it's not one of the best in the National League. You keep giving them free base runners, you're going to run into some problems. So I think that was really for Kyle, just get out there, knock the rust off, build your pitch count up a little bit more. I know it was around 85 pitches in his Gwinnett start. They would have let him go further last night as far as pitches are concerned if the results were a little bit more crisp. I think that's what he'll be looking to improve as he takes the mound again on Sunday against Kansas City.
RBIs from Arcia, Olsen with the big fly. Obviously, the big one from Albies, which really kind of got things rolling. Cunha, so the usual suspects bottom of the lineup. Even Ozuna got in the game for what it's worth and contributed last night.
You know, he did, and he had, I believe, 3, if not 4, of the hardest hit balls by the Braves in yesterday's game, and that's a trend that, I mentioned this with middays. You'd love to see that. If you've got 10, 12 really hard hit balls, that Marcell Ozuna is giving you 3 to 4 of those a night, because that had kind of been his MO. Even if the production was down, he'd hit the ball hard, and eventually when you've got guys that do that consistently, typically the results are going to show up for you, but that just has not obviously been the case with Marcell, and we don't really need to rehash all of that. But can he keep doing what he did last night as far as the trend is concerned? Can he keep going up there and striking the ball hard, hitting maybe some home runs? He was just short of a 3-run homer, I believe, in his third at bat. And that's one where if it's a little bit warmer, maybe that ball flies out and finds a way to get out of the ballpark. But, Sam Hilliard was the guy that really, I think, attracted some attention for me last night, because at the bottom of the order, this guy very quietly is making contributions to the Braves. With Michael Harris out, he's getting some run in center field. A couple of doubles last night, knocked in a run, runs well. I mean, these are some things that I think could bode well for him if he's looking for playing time in left field when Michael Harris is able to come off the injured list.
All right, so tonight we're talking about Spencer Strider. Listen, we were at the opening night, and everybody was excited at the idea he might strike out 20 guys. Is he going to strike out 20 guys tonight?
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of got, what do we call that, the Roger Clemens or Kerry Wood kind of feel to him whenever he takes the mound, because he's going to miss a lot of bats. But this is an interesting pitching matchup for both sides, because the Reds are going to send Hunter Green out there. He's got a 101, 102-mile-an-hour fastball himself. Let's see these two guys go at it. I think that could be a lot of fun. Maybe not so much for the hitters, but as far as fans are concerned, you might see a lot of strikeouts on both sides tonight. So Spencer, I think the one thing he talked about after his second start was just not being as efficient with 2 strikes as he needs to be, because that kind of allows the pitch count to snowball on him, and you got to put these guys away if you want those strikeouts. So we'll see if he's able to make his adjustments this time around and give the Braves the opportunity to sweep away the Reds. It takes away the sting of losing 3 in a row to the Padres. You've got a winning homestand, and take that momentum out there on the road.
Did you have a guy named Tonkin winning a game this early for the Braves this year?
I did not. In fact, I would say if we were looking at the overall depth chart of 1 through 26 on the Braves roster coming out of spring training, this may very well have been the 26th man. But the Braves saw, and I did see him pitching Gwinnett last year, but it was that journeyman reliever, trying to make his way back to the big leagues. Like, you pull for a guy like that, and he did rack up a ton of strikeouts last year in AAA, and the Braves just really liked that and felt like it would have the opportunity to maybe convert to major league strikeouts. And while he hasn't necessarily fanned guys at the rate that he did last year, that was 3 incredibly efficient innings, just over 40 pitches, I believe, for him to get through those 3 frames and shut out the Reds and allow the offense to get back to work. So if it was, you've got Kyle Wright and 1 reliever to get you through 6, I think you would have signed that deal. You just wouldn't have thought 3 kind of bumpy innings for Kyle Wright and 3 great innings from a reliever, particularly one who might just kind of be lower on the depth chart and not a household name. But if he keeps doing this, he might be this year's big story, kind of like Jackson Stevens was a year ago.
And a non-traditional closer last night because you couldn't go to Minter after 2 nights in a row. So it was kind of everything was by committee last night.
Yeah, it was very interesting to see Nick Anderson get that opportunity. And I think Brian Snitker said, we like what we've seen from Nick Anderson, but he's probably not even all the way back to the pre-surgery levels. Now, he had a UCL injury, but he did not get Tommy John. He got what's called a UCL brace procedure, which is where they just go in and shore up the elbow, and he rests and rehabs and comes back in a shorter time frame. At least that's the hope. Then going ahead and getting the traditional ligament replacement surgery, which is what Ian Anderson's going to have to undergo here in the not-too-distant future. But I think Nick Anderson may have another gear, and as he does get more and more innings under his belt, you saw the fastball creeping back up into the mid-90s last night. He is a guy that certainly knows how to miss bats, and he could end up in a high-leverage position for the Braves pitching in the late innings. Even once they get Iglesias back, A.J. Minter we talked about yesterday, I think he's a huge and valuable piece of this bullpen. Maybe Nick Anderson is the, quote-unquote, new Tyler Matzik, new bullpen weapon for the Braves in 2023.
All right, so after this series, let's just, kind of look ahead a little bit because it's what we do in baseball. Do you like the way the schedule shakes out for our Braves?
I think so. I mean, we're going to see some of these teams that are not particularly, we don't see very often, annually prior to this changing the schedule around so that you see everybody at least once. They got the 3-game series on the road against the Kansas City Royals. That's a very rare visit for the Braves. I think they've got a good rotation lined up with Morton, Elder, and Wright slated to go through the weekend. And then some good news, I think, at least is trending in that direction. If Max Fried is feeling good, then he may be coming off the injured list to start in one of those games, perhaps even the opener, against the San Diego Padres next week. So if you got familiar with the Padres here at home and thought, wow, they're going to be tough, guess what? You get to see them again. This time it's going to be in their place. So the Braves might want to go return the favor, win a series out there.
Yikes. Astros, too, by the way. We saw the Astros out there in Houston. By the way, and Michael Harris already mentioned, but he said today, talking to the media, I guess in the scrum, that he wants to wait till he's not feeling any kind of discomfort. So he doesn't want to retweak the back. So it's going to be the full DL then, 10 days?
Oh, yeah. I mean, 10 days was going to be the long and short of it. And I know when Brian Snitker, said that they were making that decision, they were going to rest him for 4 or 5 days anyway. There was no way he was going to play. And when it used to be that 15-day IL, then you would think, well, if maybe we could get through this and miss him for 4 or 5, 6 days. But once you got the 10-day IL, it just made a lot of sense to be able to make that move, give him a little bit of extra time, and hopefully Michael's back is feeling good. I know he's trying to just rest and get treatment. Then he'll start to ramp up some baseball activities, do some running, shag and fly balls in the outfield, and obviously start hitting again. And then we'll get a clearer picture, I think, of exactly when he could be back. But the hopes are that they caught this thing early enough to where he didn't do something to severely tweak it. I know that it kind of got started crashing into the wall, but that slide really kind of had him feeling like he wasn't going to be able to go out there and be anywhere close to 100%, and thus the injury list spent here early in the season that maybe will keep him from missing significant time if he were to go out there and really do something to it.
All right, Grant. What do you expect tonight? What happens?
Well, I think that the Braves are sending, their best starting pitcher who's available to them right now out there to look to sweep away the Cincinnati Reds. I expect Spencer Strider to do the things that he does, which is strike out hitters and get the Braves a great chance to win. And offensively, I think the last couple of days especially, we started to see some signs, whether it was Sean Murphy in the walk-off win or the continued success of Acuna and Olsen at the top of the order. Maybe we can get Austin Riley going a little bit again. And then down through the order, if we're able to see Sam Hilliard step in and kind of play a role with Michael Harris out, Orlando Arcia has been great. It'd just be great to see some, a little bit of performance from Eddie Rosario, who did hit a couple of balls hard last night. In fact, hardest ball that he's hit in his career, according to StatCast last night in one of his base hits. Maybe that's a good sign. I don't know. I'm trying to, lay them all out there as far as the good things we've seen. But the offense scored 7 runs tonight. If they do that with Spencer Strider on the mound, I think they got a good chance to win.
There was some tremendous exit velo last night, Carl.
Yes.
And by the way, and we saw that the beer sales have been extended. The Braves are joining the Rangers and the Diamondbacks. A couple other teams are going to now let you have brew
cold beer
through the 8th inning because again, you're losing revenue. The games are going so quick.
Yeah, but you got to be careful. I haven't seen anybody mention that they're going to go back to 10-cent beer night. I think that's the one thing they're going to try to avoid. If they're able to stay away from that, particularly, I believe it was the Rangers involved in the first one, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
I think everybody will get their drinks in. And then you got the Battery as well. If you're all the way down there and the game's over, go enjoy yourself for a little while. The Braves have built a wonderful area where you can find a few drinks, even if they stop selling them in the 7th or the 8th inning.
I'm fine. Why are you doing that? By the way, if you're looking for heat, you said it. Tonight's going to be the night. Both guys throwing close to 100. Can't wait to watch. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yep, should be a great matchup. Hunter Green, I think, is what the Reds are looking to build this rotation around into the future. He's an exciting young player, and we'll see if he's able to match up with Spencer Strider, who, of course, most years would have won the Rookie of the Year last year.
All right, Grant, great job. We'll talk to you again as we move forward. We were talking about the schedule, and the crazy thing is Grant's right. The pitching matchups is kind of what you're looking at. But we've got Cincinnati, and then at Kansas City, at San Diego, and then Houston comes in here April 21st. So we get a chance to see the Astros early. Great job, Grant. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks. Look forward to it.
All right, man.
Yeah, you don't want to be that guy that's kind of weaving in the aisle. That's the thing, the beer thing, but again.
Cold beer!
I had a sinking suspicion that commerce was going to win out over common sense because the games are now a quarter shorter.
Yeah, it's true. How many brews can you put down in 7 innings? Because here's the deal.
About 10.
The big boys?
You want to find out?
I do.
I see my capacity for this.
I want to see like the big.
See, I don't enjoy those gigantic beers
because they get hot.
Well, I mean, like I'm still going to drink them fast. I just don't like those gigantic brewskis. I'm more of a cocktail man at the ballpark.
Yeah. No, I get it. I'm wondering like how many beers. What's the average for a 7-inning game? Like 7 innings.
Yeah. Now the old man, we got to break. The old man, it was 44-ounce Schaefer's at the ball. We can maybe rope that into tonight's, your go-to brew at the ballpark.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm only good for a couple of brews. I mean, because they're so filling. I mean, these guys, I love you. Listen, we've got our own beer. Hey, man, get some.
Right.
But I can't sit and have like 10 or 15 brews at the ball game.
Well, you miss half the game because you're in the men's room.
That's what I'm saying. All right, coming up, we'll get you caught up on the top stories of the day, including the latest on our Hawks. They are in, guys, and we've got the Celtics next. And also, if you missed Ian Eagle, who called the game last night, I'm going to replay it for you later in the hour. He was great talking about all the things about our Hawks and the Celtics. If you don't know, he calls Nets games as well.
Right.
It's on the way on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Thank you for listening to Atlanta's #1 sports station, its #1 sports show. We have been talking a lot today about our Hawks, and rightfully so. Trae Young, as I said, doing Trae Young things last night. 25 points. Clint Capella, 21 rebounds. DJ, 18 points, and then the bench came through last night. It was just fun to watch, man. And again, I get it. People were saying to me, they gonna hawk. They didn't. Okay, we had a 24-point lead, Mike, and we held on. And you said this earlier. Every time the Heat came close, we answered.
Yeah, there was clutch. The clutch gene we always talk about. There's no metric for it, right? Just handling your business. The rebounds, the second chance opportunities. I mean, again, we go down to Miami, figure Miami's going to punch us in the face, get physical. None of that happened last night. So maybe, again, Miami just had to convince them. Like, that's another thing. Miami was the 7th seed. This was a team that was locked into playoff position. They did lose momentum. They fell out of that position. And Jimmy Butler had to talk themselves into it. You talked about it earlier. Udonis Haslem was like, we're losing.
He was going crazy.
Your whole life. There is no tomorrow. Well, actually, Udonis, there was another play-in game. We'll play the winner of the Toronto Chicago. There is no tomorrow. The OG was really losing his stuff. But no, they really got it cooking. And again, yes, this is a team that if you do this every night, they'll win probably, they'll win more games. They would have been the 4 or 5. You put that effort on the floor, you'd have been the 4 seed that we were thinking we were going to be.
Yeah. It feels good, right? Can we continue it? That's the question. And we have the ability to do that. I do not want to hear that we can't play with the Celtics. I know they've beaten us 3 times this season. All right? Trae didn't play in one of those games. By the way, Tatum didn't play in one of those games. But I'm not going to hear, we can't beat those guys. I think you get into a series and you see where it goes. And by the way, if we all believe that Quinn Snyder is a better coach,
right?
This is where these guys make their money. Adjustments. Okay? He's had 20-some-odd games. I get it. He hasn't had a full season under his belt with us. But, Mike, this is where you get into these series, and the Celtics will try to take away what we like to do, and we'll try to take away what they like to do, and then we'll get to about a game 3 or 4, and you start to say, who is going to coach these guys up? This is why the Celtics loved Ime Udoka, Mike. He was a really good adjustment kind of guy, and guys really dug the way that he went about his business. I think Quinn, from an adjustment standpoint, is going to be better than what we've had here the last 2 times.
And look, we said it. That's part of the reason I'm not sweating Nate's son getting to a scrap with Trae or just yelling at each other. Who cares? I mean, he's not going to be on the staff next year. Here's the interesting tell. And this was from Mike Conti last night doing the radio pre and post. The numbers, and you just said it about Quinn. Before Snyder, Hawks bench 22nd in the league in scoring, 14th in offensive rating. Since Quinn Snyder takes over, Hawks bench is now 2nd in the NBA in scoring and 1st in offensive rating. And last night, with the exception of Kyle Lowry, they obviously outshot those guys. But this guy, we said it. Said this to you guys yesterday. Jalen Johnson could have an impact because Jalen Johnson gets to see the floor, and he never would have seen the floor under Nate McMillan. No way, Jose. So Quinn is, we were a little dubious about some of the rotations, why A.J. Griffin was in and out all so much. This doesn't lie. The numbers are there. Quinn is making adjustments, and he did unlock the mystery that's been Miami and their dominance of the Heat, at least for one game.
For one game, and we'll take it, guys. Meanwhile, we talked about the Braves playing tonight. They wrap up their series, Strider on the hill. But last night, we got to give a big congratulations out to Ozzie Albies, guys. Game-tying 2-run home run, but it was his 100th career home run.
The average game length. Albies to right field. Albies has left the building, and we are tied.
Those milestones are always special. You get to 100, 200, 300, 400, and then all of a sudden, Mike, you're in that, okay, well, how good is this guy? Is he Hall of Fame worthy? When you start talking about 400 plus, which is why we have the conversation about Andrew Jones, who has 450. Nevertheless, congratulations to Albies. And we won last night. Hopefully we can get another win tonight.
Yeah, man. Matt Olson doing a great job. We talked about, the entire lineup, the bottom of the lineup, everybody contributing. Hear that Michael Harris will need the full 10 days, as we talked about with Grant last segment. And if you're going tonight, and you like to watch some speed, well, you're going to see it. Velocity is going to be crazy. Hunter Green hits 100. Strider was a little off on his velo when you and I were there on Thursday night. But 2 of the biggest, hardest throwing guys. This is going to be it tonight when you watch the Reds, as Grant said, one of their young guys they hope to build around.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fun matchup. And this game may be an hour and 15 minutes. Okay.
Be like Bugs Bunny. 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out.
the way these guys pitch, it may be an hour and 15.
But if you get 17 foul balls, then the pitch count goes up. And then, I mean, last night they were pulling guys out of the bullpen. I'm like, Tonka trucks? Tonkin? Who's this guy? Gulf of Tonkin? Who was this guy last night? And he goes and gets the win. Great story last night. The Braves really went to guys we never thought we'd see this early in the season, especially with Iglesias out.
Kevin, by the way, hits us up on social media at Put 'em Up, see Dukes, Mike Bell, ATL, and follow the radio show, Dukes and Bell 929. He says, Dukes, last Braves game I went to, I smashed 20 16-ounce beers in 7 innings. 20?
Get him back and ask him how large a mammal is he, because now I will say this. Our buddy Big Ray, and he's not called Big Ray for nothing, but Big Ray used to destroy 16-ounce Coors Lights.
Okay.
I mean, it looked like a thimble in his big, meaty hands. Ray was just...
Was he Thor?
Yeah.
Come on.
No, but I've been known, like a case of beer, a game, football game. Yeah, I mean, 24, 16-ounce. Now, you're talking about those gigantic oil drum cans they give you, which I don't enjoy. That's too much. I don't enjoy that serving size.
Yeah, so listen, that Kevin, that's impressive, okay? In 7 innings, I don't care who you are, 20, 16
ounce. A guy wearing a freaking diaper? I mean, you're going to miss half the damn game unless you're a camel in reverse.
Hey, we're talking about our Hawks. Let's hear from Quinn Snyder, our coach, talking about how our team fought last night. They'll have to do this in 7 games against the Celtics as well.
But I think our guys we stayed together, and we'll continue to kind of, wasn't always pretty, but we kept playing and kept executing and trying. And I think over the course of the game that paid off for us.
Look, this guy has been brought in here to have some personnel decisions, and again, the Ringer story is like an afterthought. And by the way, you and I have touched on this. We didn't really mention this much the last couple hours of the program. 5-hour show, big show.
It is.
Number 1 show in the city, everybody. But we were talking about this earlier. If by chance Trey, and again, he kind of brushed it off a little bit when he was asked about it in the post game. But the stuff's out there. I don't care who you are. When you hear that you are not, inked in but penciled in potentially, I think that has an effect on people, whether he wants to admit it or not.
Listen. The Hawks have an obligation to us, just like the Braves and the Falcons and Atlanta United, to look at their personnel after the season's over, no matter how big the star is, and say, is this the right fit? That's the obligation they have. It doesn't matter. There's no one person that's bigger than the team that's going to override the team's success. If you don't understand that, I'm sorry. That means we have to look at Trey and say, hey, look at all the positives that come with this. But how can we be better, and are we better with or without him? You have to have that conversation. If you don't have that conversation, you're cheating us. So that is all we're saying with the whole Trey. Hey, by the way, they need to look at everybody. There's nothing wrong with that. Do we think he's going anywhere? No. But you have to look at everybody and evaluate. And if you're not evaluating, Mike, what are you doing? How do you get better? How do you get better if you're not evaluating everybody on the team? So no matter how far we go, if we win a championship, great. Championship teams change.
I know we talked about the comments off the air. We're talking with some listeners on Twitter about what Colin Cowherd said about Trey and how, the rookies in the NBA develop at a different rate. Everybody, kind of some guys takes a minute. Michael Jordan obviously needed a team built around him, but Trey will be 25 this fall. He's 24. I know you and I were talking about that. I just thought part of the reason why, why do you guys put so much pressure on Trey? I just felt the timeline for his development really seemed like it advanced during the 21 playoff run. And when you're doing the things he was doing in New York, dominating that market, becoming like the new Reggie Miller, the guy in the black hat, you thought, okay, he's ready to go. But maybe, some of the other things, the ancillary stuff, which, again, I'm not going to mention the leadership, but okay, I just did. But some of that stuff comes along with it. But I will say this. Whatever was going on with Nate, that's ancient history. He's got a guy, at least for the time being, they're on the same wavelength with him and Quinn Snyder.
They are. They're on the same page. From everything I'm hearing, they're on the same page, which is great. That's all we can ask for. Right. We need all of our stars to be on the same page.
Just should have done this around Christmas time, and we might have been in a locked-in spot. But, we found out that Quinn wanted a piece of the decision-making process.
Speaking of maturity, Mike, this is what Quinn Snyder said last night after the win when he was asked about the maturity of this team.
Yeah, it's hard for me to speak to what's happened in any situation. Last year for me, last year for them. This is about us right now today. And I think guys have worked and tried and committed to doing some things, whether it be defensively or running or all those those things that you try to emphasize that You know, I want to catch ourselves and say it's one game, and I think, you know, you got to do it for a while, and you got to do it consistently until it becomes who you are. But I'm really proud of our team and the way we played tonight.
I love that response because it's not necessarily who we are, but if we play like this and we continue to build, all right, and I'm even looking towards the future, then it becomes who you are, right? If you play like this, Mike, and this is what they emphasize.
Hey, in case you're wondering, we played the Celtics 3 times in the playoffs since 2008. The 2008, we lost in 7. That's when the home team won all the games. Zaza, pow, pow, going at it with a KG.
Yeah.
That's the year the Celtics won their title. Anything is possible. Then we had 2012. Celtics beat us 4-2. And then there was the year after the 60-win season. Paul Pierce goes for 17 as the Hawks take out the Celtics 4-2. And then we lost to LeBron in the next round, the semis.
Yeah, that's right. Was it a sweep? It was a sweep.
Yeah, we got swept twice by LeBron.
That's
Conference finals in the semis a year later.
And we weren't the only ones.
Right.
There's a lot of people that got swept in the East. Hey, coming up, you're going to hear from one of the best broadcasters in the business, Ian Eagle. He called the game last night for our Hawks. We'll talk to him about what he saw, along with what he thinks about the Celtics matchup. It's on the way on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. think we get it done. Hawks beat the Heat 116-105. And the guy that called the game, Iron Eagle, joins us right now on the waitfor.com hotline. You also know him as the Nets announcer. You know him from the NFL on CBS. And he is going to be the next guy to call the Final Four, taking over for Jim Nantz in March Madness. Ian, it's good to have you on the show. I don't know if you and JJ were a little surprised last night at the Hawks team that you guys saw, because I think everybody in Atlanta was like, who is this team? Like, what happened? What did you guys take from last night as you watched this victory for our Hawks?
Yeah, a great team effort, first and foremost. And there was just a certain aggressiveness right from the opening tip. They set the tone early. I thought Hunter was forceful in what he was doing, even though DeJounte Murray wasn't necessarily making shots. He was doing it with a purpose. And then when that second unit came on, everybody that played contributed in some way. Bey, Bogdanovich, Okongwu, Jalen Johnson, Capella, ridiculous numbers rebounding the ball. And this is the point. I've gotten through all that, and I haven't mentioned Trae Young yet, because Trae did his job well, but it wasn't all on his shoulders. So to me, this is what you expected to see during the regular season. We know it was a complete roller coaster ride, but that's the great setup in this play-in tournament, that with everything on the line, a one-game format, you can play at a high level and then feel good about yourself despite the fact that you had a 500 season that was considered disappointing.
You recognize the pipes. It's Iron Eagle with us here on the waitfor.com hotline. Yeah, I heard your partner Jimmy kind of surprised that Jimmy Butler couldn't back up the big talk. Jimmy Buckets usually responds, and it just seems like he just couldn't get into a rhythm and was missing shots he usually makes.
Yeah, I thought he missed a bunch of shots around the rim. Adebayo missed a bunch of shots around the rim. It took a while for Tyler Hero to get going. Obviously, Lowry was the offense for a long stretch. Second quarter, when Miami made its run before halftime, it was all Lowry. And then in the fourth quarter, when they needed buckets, it was Lowry again. But you wonder if that was part of the thought process with Quinn Snyder, that they were comfortable with Kyle Lowry being the guy for Miami, as long as it wasn't Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo. And I thought Quinn did a masterful job. It's interesting. He's really a unique guy when you sit down and talk with him. Cerebral. I think he's flat out a great coach and did terrific work in Utah. This was not an easy situation to walk into, and I think he did it because he recognized for this team to be a contender down the road, it was important to come in and get a feel for the players, get a sense of what this team is all about, as opposed to just saying, hey, wrap up the season, I'll watch the games on TV, and we'll start it up during the offseason. He realized that he needed to be there. He needed to be a part of it, and now you're starting to see the dividends.
Iron Eagle, our guest, guys, and congratulations, by the way, on the Final Four. I'm a big college basketball guy.
Yeah, man.
Jim Nantz did it as good as anybody. I know you're going to step in and do an amazing job, and congratulations on that, by the way.
Really appreciate it. Thanks.
No doubt. Ian, listen, you watch a lot of hoops. You're at these games. Tell us about the Celtics, all right? For Hawks fans, we've not beaten them this year, right? We're 3-0, or they're 3-0 against us. What have you seen that's made this Celtics team so good this season?
Tremendous chemistry and trust, and then Tatum has gone to another level. He had been very good, as we know. He had been all-star caliber. He had been all-NBA caliber. Maximum contract. You can check every box. Last year's postseason is when you started to see him taking over games and being the guy, alpha in many ways. And I think it carried over into this regular season. His numbers are through the roof. You know, we tend to now forget sometimes because the numbers are just so gargantuan in the NBA. When you take a step back and realize what some of these individuals are doing, Jason Tatum, it's not just that he's scoring at a ridiculous rate. His rebounding numbers are insane. He assists, he comes up and fills every category, and I think he's doing it now with a different feel. There's just a different presence. So if you're asking me what's the biggest difference, Joe Mazzulla, definitely different vibe, different feel, but they were well coached prior. They were well coached last year, as we know. This team, the only issue that they will have in my mind is whether or not the Milwaukee Bucks look like the team that won the championship, or if a wild card team like the Cleveland Cavaliers just catch fire and these young guys really step forward on the big stage. This is a big, big challenge for the Atlanta Hawks. I think they're talented enough to make this a series. I don't think Boston is infallible by any stretch, but they are a well-oiled machine.
And I know, Ian, it's kind of human nature up in Boston to look down their nose at us. We did beat them the year after our 60-win season. We did beat them in the first round, but that's the last time we beat those guys. But you think that maybe they will overlook us a little bit because the Heat did give them so much trouble last year, and that's probably who they thought they were going to get?
Yeah, well, think about it this way, guys. The way you were thinking prior to last night is the way that the league was thinking, that Miami would probably win the game, move on. It'll be Boston, Miami in the first round. That's the way things were set up in a collision course, the two teams that played for the Eastern Conference title last year. And the Hawks have already ruined that narrative. That's done. Hawks are the 7th seed. Now you have to switch gears. I'm sure Boston looked at it as a dual issue of you got to prepare for both, but they were probably leaning just a bit on the Miami side, just based on all the metrics and the numbers. Well, now you've got an opponent. You've got a living, breathing opponent that you've got to deal with. I don't know if they're going to look past anybody. I got to tell you, in my experience with Joe Mazzulla, I had their season opener on TNT. They played Philadelphia. So that's Mazzulla's first production meeting when you go in, meet with the coach, the broadcasters get a chance to sit down with him. I didn't know him. I had never met him before, so it's a complete clean slate. I walk into the room, Joe then walks in, and I go introduce myself, and he says, "Oh, yeah, hey, Ian, yeah, you called my last game at West Virginia." I'm like, "Oh, damn, this guy, he's on it." And then he blew me away with his presence and his knowledge and his ability to explain what his thought process was and what his philosophy was. And now I've ended up doing 4 or 5 Celtic games this year. He's really impressive. There's a reason why they believed in this guy to take over after the Udoka situation. He's that good.
Ian, one of the moments last night, you guys had me laughing. JJ's my guy. I've known Jimmy a long time. You guys were talking about this lady in the front row, and you were like, she looked like she came from a cotillion.
That outfit was unbelievable.
And you guys, I'm crying at home, and I'm like, oh, my. And Jimmy's like, yeah, I know her.
Knows the husband.
Yeah. We part of what, as you guys know, because you have a great show, part of what makes a good show is not discussing things before you go on the air and having it happen naturally and organically. I had no idea, truly, that he knew that person at all. It's not like we pointed her out or talked about it. I just saw her on the screen, and I thought to myself, okay, if you're at home and you're watching this game and there's a woman wearing a green dress in the front row, how could the announcer not refer to it? It would almost be wrong not to.
Right.
So I just had the passing line, and Jim looks at me and starts cracking up. He's like, "Oh yeah, no, I know her husband. I know.
Yeah,
her. Yeah,
yeah.
that's actually so." Man, now he has been on 12 teams. He's about as affable an individual as you'll ever meet, as you guys know. Jim is a wonderful guy and a great dude, and he knows everybody.
He does.
So it really did strike me in the moment, like, man. You know every person. I'm just picking out a random person in the crowd, and you know them.
Yeah. Listen, I went to a Cowboys game. This is about 10, 12 years ago. I walk in Jerry's World. I go into a suite. Jimmy is there, and I'm like, what are you doing here? He's like, what are you doing here? He knows everybody. I'm like, he's everywhere, and he knows everybody. There's no doubt. I want to ask you about your son, Noah. I know he's a young and up-and-coming broadcaster. I'm curious, how much pressure did you put on him? How was that at home for him, knowing who Dad was? Because he's making his own way in this business.
Yeah, no, we did a lot of play-by-play drills, anchoring. No, we didn't do any of that. No pressure whatsoever. Literally none. Whatever he wanted to do, I was going to be behind him. My wife was going to be behind him. He was probably about 14 when he started showing a real interest in this, and I would find him reading the media guides and looking at my charts. And then if he did accompany me to a game, I'd see him laser focused on my back and forth with analysts or how I prepared for the opening on camera. So I realized at some point that he had become a student of it and was serious about it. ended up at Syracuse. And for 2 years, guys, he would not say his full name. He'd introduce himself. Hey, I'm Noah. He would not say his last name. And, there was a moment I was like, man, what? Man, he's punking me. What's he doing? Why he won't even say my name? And then I realized because he truly wanted to just create his own identity there. And then finally, I think once he was established, things changed, dynamic changed, and he started saying his full name. And it's been amazing. It's been so cool. It's been obviously great for our family. And now the connection we have is even beyond. Father-son connection was very, very tight. And now it's colleague to colleague. We can have conversations just based on our experiences that I never, ever imagined. Just talking about bad press food. Like, that's a whole sit down.
Nice.
No one
He gets it. He
and
gets
you guys can relate to it.
Right. That's awesome. I mean, we've talked about nepotism in the business, the fact you want to stay away from that again. But again, you don't want to have his name like Ian Albatross for crying. I mean, or Noah Albatross out there. Good for him, man. And you got to be so proud. As Carl said, congrats as well on the Final Four. Can't wait. It's got to be a dream for you as a basketball guy.
Oh, forget it. It's so cool beyond your wildest dreams. I remember literally where I was in 1979 watching Bird Magic, Indiana State, Michigan State. That's the first one that I really can remember vividly sitting down and making a whole day around, I'm going to watch this game. This game is sweeping the nation. And I was 10 years old, and obviously, we're talking about 44 years later where I'm going to get a chance to call it on national TV. So it's awesome.
Great stuff. Man, we hope to get you and get a chance to see you in town for our series. We will see how that shakes out. I know you're going to be busy, but great job in calling the game last night. Appreciate you jumping on today, man.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Great being on with you. Good luck. Have fun. It is that next level of intensity, and these are the best basketball players in the world. So it's just cool to see them do their thing, and I'm thrilled that Atlanta's a part of it, and that maybe the Hawks can really make a run of this thing against the Celtics.
Let's hope so. That's Iron Eagle, Mike. And we were talking about his son, Noah. He's an up-and-coming guy. You'll see him calling games as well, but he's making his own path. He did a great job last night. Guys, it's time for the last call right now on Dukes and Bell. Your chance to sound off on the biggest stories of the day, 404-741-0929. After the Hawks beat the Heat last night, do you believe the Hawks can replicate that performance in the series against the Celtics? Do you? You can answer that. Also, are you concerned with the Braves rotation heading into this long road trip?
Yes.
After mediocre first week start, Mike. First start back for Kyle Wright. Not so good.
You can never have too much pitch. We may really have to lean on Soroka. You have to depend on Soroka at some point if this doesn't change. My God.
I know, man. And Fried hasn't come back yet. He's on his way, but he hasn't made it back. And last but not least, Mike and I were talking about this. Right. We had listeners saying, hey, they can finish, 10, 12 beers at the ballpark. What's your go-to drink at the ballpark? If it's beer or if it's a cocktail, what are you drinking when you go to the ballpark? 404-741-0929. You can answer one or all of those things. It doesn't matter. It's our last call on Dukes and Bell.
Sports Radio. time for Last Call.
One last call for alcohol.
Your chance to chime in on the biggest stories of the day at 404-741-0929.
All right, here's your topics, guys. It's easy. After last night with the Hawks win over the Heat, can they replicate that performance in the series against the Celtics? Want to know where you're at on that. Also, how concerned are you with the Braves rotation heading into a long road trip after mediocre first start back for Kyle Wright? And, Mike, what is your go-to drink at the ballpark? Is it beer or cocktail?
I'm a liquor man. Brown liquor. Give me some Makers and ginger.
All right. Because
Keep them coming.
We went up to, I was just telling Mike this, because Mike was like, follow me! Opening night. And I was like, where are you going? He's like, we're going to the roof. So we went up to the Xfinity bar?
Yeah, I had standing room only for Game 5 of the World Series, and Big Ray and Drunk Larry turned me on to that, so that's kind of been our go-to. When it gets a little steamy or rainy, you go into the Xfinity Club.
Yeah, it's air-conditioned. It was nice. I hope I'm not sharing this secret, because next time we'll go, it'll be packed.
Yeah.
And Mike walks with a purpose.
Yes, he does. Beer? You're beer or cocktail? Which one, Turtle?
I'll take a Jack and Coke, sir.
Yeah,
nice.
I'm cocktail, too. Now, I like a beer. Maybe I'm a traditionalist. I like a beer at a baseball game.
Right.
I just do. Give me some beer and peanuts or beer and popcorn, whatever. Right. Okay? But I got to have at least one brew.
Right on. We would have had Hey Man Ale there at the club level at Truist back in the day, but there's a radio station that's really good at exclusive contracts. Better than original ideas.
Let's talk to Keith on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man, Keith. Last call. What you got?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
The special sauce in my 20-ounce water bottle provides all the entertainment in case you get an extra inning. Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
Appreciate you.
Little vodka and the Dasani.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, however you get it in. By the way, we've been talking about the Hawks. We'll talk more about the Hawks tomorrow because Sadiq Bey is going to join us tomorrow.
We've only had a chance to just kind of scratch the surface. Looking forward to talking to the dude.
No doubt. Tinker, you're up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
First off, the Hawks are going to catch Falconitis. I ain't worried about them Smyrna Braves. They'll be just fine. And cold beer all day long, no such number. Keep it coming.
All right. Tinker, we expect to see you at Hooters in Douglasville for the Atlanta Bikini Championship tomorrow night. He's a loyal listener. That man can make some beer disappear.
No, he likes to put them down, man.
Yeah.
There's no doubt. And he's good for shots, too.
Right.
Shots. Who's up next, Turtle? Swede, you're up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Swede, last call. What you got?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Maybe two, but not more than that. Light beers with a bag of peanuts. Any more than that, and I'd spend the whole ball game in the restroom.
I hear you.
Thanks, guys. Love you still.
Thank you.
Sweet.
Tweed does get the big stall, though.
He does.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he didn't have a leg.
That's right.
We're not making that up. We're being serious. He told us.
No, I mean, it's a tremendous inconvenience, but
Yes.
you do get a good parking space, too.
Yeah. All right, sweet. Smoke one for me tonight. Hey, let's talk to Tim. Tim, you're up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Tim, last call, last chance. Hey, man.
Hey, man.
What's going on, Tim?
I love a good old-fashioned in the winter, but when it's hot in the summertime, I love to do what I call a pounder.
Right
a
on.
party spice rum, pineapple juice, and a splash of ginger ale. I can drink it all day long at a tailgate, and I even try to sneak a little rum in a little plastic flask for the ball game and some bowl peanuts.
Giddy up.
All right, guys. Appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you, Tim. I like that sound. The sound of that drink, Mike.
Two of our four respondents having some contraband suds and liquor at the ballpark.
By the way, while we're talking real quick, we are tomorrow at Hooters.
Yes, it's going to be Miss Atlanta. We'll be crowned to head to Las Vegas for the Hooters International Bikini Championship. Carl and I will be judging. They ask us to do it. It's tough, thankless work, Chuckery, and by God, we'll be there. 2 to 7 for the radio show, and then the shenanigans ensue. So join us in Douglasville. Douglasvillians. Villarickans. Come by and see us.
Somebody's got to do it. All right, Chief, you're up, man. What's going on, Chief? Hey, man.
What's happening, Chief?
Hey, man.
As far as my Hawks, we're a constantly 500 team, so, yeah, we're going to make series out of it. We're losing 7. So we 500 team, win, lose. You know how they go. As far as my drink, it got to be beer and peanuts. I love myself some beer and peanuts at a baseball game. It's beautiful. Have a good night, guys.
You too.
Thank you so much, Chief. John Chuckery is in here. What'd you think about last night, man?
They did all of the little things well. You know, they did not shoot the ball well, but all of these intangible things, you know, the 50-50 balls that they were going after, and just all the different things, and the 63-39 rebounding, just remarkable. I mean,
it is.
And like 35% of those rebounds were offensive.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's just a big number. I'm looking at Zion up here, who was just right on TV.
That's unbelievable.
He's going to return when he feels like.
Can't go until he's 100% with his body, until he has a confidence in his body. And the way he plays and gets injured, he's never going to play again on that basis.
I should have milked that stroke for longer than that.
Well, are the checks stopping while he's going through this, by the way?
That's a big negative.
No,
Ghost
they don't,
Rider.
right? They don't stop. Yeah, he did get a max deal, too, didn't he?
Well, they don't guarantee all the money in the NBA, do they?
Oh, yes, they do.
Okay.
Yeah, listen.
And will continue to for the next 6 years.
Yeah.
I am perplexed by this as well, that he says he feels physically fine, but he's not. Doesn't feel like himself. I don't know what that means. John, what do you got coming up on the show, man?
Justin Toscano will talk some Braves baseball with us, and Bucky Brooks is going to talk about the NFL draft with us here tonight. So we'll see if things have changed for the Atlanta Falcons with the trade for Jeff Okudah.
By the way, new information coming out. The Falcons only on the hook for $3.6 million. They got the Lions to spend $1.5 if you missed that detail that came out late yesterday.
There you go.
Yeah, it's another reason why this deal makes so much sense.
You think they pick up Okudah's fifth-year option?
See how it plays.
11 and a half?
Let's see how it goes.
I think it's McGarry.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm with you. John Chuckery's coming up, guys. By the way, tomorrow on the show, Garth Lagerwey. He is the president of Atlanta United. We'll also talk to Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius NBA host. He will break it down for us to help break us down the NBA playoffs. Tonight's games, too. So we got a lot to talk about with Brian. And then Sadiq Bey later in the show tomorrow. Lots to get to. Day, let's get out of here, man. Clear out, throat!
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
on Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
You got a chance to hear Kirby Smart today. All the interviews online at Odyssey.com. He was on the Steakhouse, Iron Eagle as well. We talked to our buddy Dave Archer about the Falcons. We will continue to talk about the Hawks tomorrow as we are in Douglas Field, as Mike mentioned, at the Hooters there. Come on out if you are around in the area. Day-Day, great job. As always, Big Bo as well, our engineers. Turtles, our executive producer. Mike Bell, man, let's get out of here. Clear your throat!
Hey, man, they debut a new UGA out there at G-Day in Athens. UGA 10, known as Q, is going to be stepping back to kick it in Savannah at the Seiler compound. So the new UGA breaks in. In case you're wondering, yes, UGA 10 is the winningest UGA of all time. 91-18, although we did not make the flight to SoFi in L.A. for the championship. That was one darn good dog. Only guys who come close, the dogs who crisscross with Herschel's career, UGA 3 and UGA 4.
If you want motivation, Hawks, just know in Boston, they feel like they dodged a bullet by not getting the Miami Heat. If that's not disrespect, I don't know what is. Whatever it took last night, whatever you guys did, let's do it again for this Celtics series because they don't think that you're going to give them one. Hey, if you love the show,
you tell your friends.
If you don't,
you're pounding no duels.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
John Chuckery, nights